Hey, Ken. How are you?
Good morning, Steve. I'm great. How are you?
Good morning. Let's give it one more minute, and then we'll be ready to start.
Fantastic.
Okay, let's get started. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Hain. I am a senior utilities engineer in the Safety Policy Division of the CPUC. This is day 2 of workshop number 3 in PG&E's Risk Assessment Mitigation Phase application, proceeding number 820-06012. Today's workshop will discuss the risk chapters on large uncontrolled water release and electric distribution risks in the morning. And then in the afternoon, the discussion will revert back to the wildfire risk and pick up from where we left off at the July 30th workshop. This workshop is being jointly hosted by me, by the CPUC and PG&E. Joining me today from PG&E is Ken Arnold. He is the case manager for this RAM proceeding, and I will let him introduce his team. So, Ken.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Before we start, I will give, let me start with, we do need people to mute their lines. Unlike other workshops, I think people do have the capacity to switch on and off their mute abilities. So please make sure you are muted if you are not speaking. And then before I get to, I think, our team's introductions, I'll just go over a quick safety message. I live over in Concord, where air quality for the past 10 days was very poor. When it is poor or hazardous, please make sure you stay indoors as much as possible. If you do have to drive somewhere, please make sure that your air conditioner is recirculating air, and be knowledgeable about N95 masks versus COVID-19 face coverings. An N95 mask may provide you some protection from harmful particulates. However, it's not recommended for certain people with respiratory issues, children, or potentially people with facial hair. So just understand how to use that correctly, how to make sure it's fitted correctly, and what the right circumstances to use it. And as always, take proper precautions based on your own health circumstances. And by that I mean make sure you're using your asthma inhaler as appropriate or advised by your physician, and you're relocating if the air is too poor for you. With that said, I will move on. Just to reiterate, my name is Ken Arnold. I'm the case manager for the 2020 RAMP. On the line with me today is Vincent Lowe, senior manager from the Enterprise Operational Risk Management Group, and Yumi senior manager for ERM as well. Our case attorney, Tessa Karlberg, is on the line. This morning, we will begin with large uncontrolled water release risk. Our presenter is Russell Prentice from that division, and I will pause to see if there are any of my counterparts have anything to add or anything from any other party. And then the last thing that we do kind of as a roll call here is to see if there are any decision makers from the CPUC on the line. This, again, is for our own internal reporting. Again, this is a collaborative meeting. We're interested in having more people here, hearing questions, but we would like to know if there are any commissioners or commissioner advisors on the line. Okay, hearing none, Russ, I will turn the presentation over to you.
Thank you, Ken. I do appreciate that introduction. So just briefly about me, I am Russ Prentice. I'm the Director of Risk and Compliance for Generation and the Risk Manager for Large Uncontrolled Water Release for this 2020 RAMP. And we'll go ahead and just go to the next slide. So similar to the other workshop presentations for RAMP, I'll be providing a risk summary. My plan is to cover how we incorporated previous RAMP workshop feedback. I'll be reviewing the risk bow tie and crosscutters, and then discussing our mitigations and alternatives. And my plan is to pause on each slide for opportunity for questions. I'll go to the next slide. So my goal in this presentation is to provide an overview of the RAMP risk by generation. And this is, as you can see, large and controlled water release. I'd like to demonstrate our current quantitative understanding of our risk, how it ranks in the list of the top safety risks. I'll go over the assumptions that went into our risk model, and most importantly, what we are doing to both mitigate and control this risk. And you can see here that we are ranked 8 in the RAMP risk. We'll go to the next slide. So first off, PG&E has an excellent track record in safely inspecting, maintaining, and operating our hydropower assets. So with that many years of experience comes an understanding of the inherent risk of owning and operating these hydro assets, because we recognize that they have the potential to impact our utility, but really most importantly, has the potential to impact our customers and the public. So in scope for this risk are high and significant hazard dams, and these come from the FERC and DSOD classifications, which correspond to their potential for impacting the downstream areas. And just for those who might not be aware, the DSOD is the Division of Safety of Dams, which is the California Dam Safety Regulating Body. So also what I'd like to highlight on this slide is that our long-term planning forecasts do include both known projects and anticipated projects. These major project forecasts and the 2025 through 2026 estimated spend were updated using the expertise from our project management teams in addition to analyzing the prior year spend. Next slide. So here what I'd like to do is highlight some of the key differences between the 2017 and 2020 RAMP filings. So first and foremost, the risk exposure for 2020 was increased from 20 to 61 dams. So in 2017, the dams evaluated in the risk were based on subject matter expertise judgment. And now for 2020, what we've done is we've included all the high and significant hazard dams. And this is based on the consequence of failure as determined by the FERC and DSOD. And what this did is it allows us, using this clear criteria for the filing, we've got a better understanding of the mitigation benefits and the risk and efficiencies, which allows us to leverage that data for our work prioritization process with a focus on public safety. So another element of this is the key risk drivers effectively remain unchanged, but we did add a driver for the physical attack crosscutter. And I'm going to go into that in a little bit more detail later. For this filing, we also included cybersecurity and IT asset failure crosscutters. One other item to note on the slide is at the bottom, you can see the mitigation forecasts. The forecast for 2023 and through 2023 and 2026, you can see down there, are higher than 2020 through 2022. And this is primarily driven by two elements. The first is we received new hydrometeorological reports, which are precipitation reports that include, some cases, a higher design flood potential. When these reports come out, we reevaluate the margins to pass the probable maximum flood. The second driver is projects required by the Spillway Assessment and Improvement Program, and these came out of the Oroville spillway failure mitigations. And these mitigations came out after the 2017 RAMP filing. And just for clarity's sake, I'd like to point out that the Oroville Dam was not owned or operated by PG&E. Other changes from 2017 is the seepage mitigations are now called internal erosion mitigations. And then we also consolidated our controls. You can see there in 2017, the controls, we had 5 controls, and we've consolidated those controls into one, which is our dam safety program. Any questions on this? Let's go to the next slide. So what I want to cover on this slide is how we've incorporated feedback from the last ramp workshop and how we've added crosscutters to our risk. So what we did is we added the physical attack as a driver and added IT asset failure and cybersecurity as subdrivers. So these two subdrivers effectively increase the likelihood of consequences for a given initiating event, which would be flood or seismic. And what we found is that these have a very small impact on the risk, but we wanted to include them for completeness. In addition, we looked at misoperation in this ramp filing, but the challenge that we ran into was a lack of data, which could be used to effectively quantify those elements. But that being said, we have piloted a methodology to incorporate this successfully into our detailed hydro probabilistic risk analysis. So what this does, this includes failure modes and effects analysis for each dam, but it's a much more detailed analysis. And we plan to incorporate this more broadly in our hydro portfolio by 2021, and we plan to incorporate that into our next ramp filing. Go to the next slide. So here we've got our risk bow tie, and as you can see, the largest driver is flood, and this highlights the importance of the mitigations we're pursuing with the spillway assessment and improvement program. I also want to highlight how our mitigations effectively reduce our risk score by about 23% from our 2020 baseline over the course as we implement our mitigations. And in addition, you can see that we only have one aggregated outcome, which is the large uncontrolled water release. And you may be asking why we don't have additional outcomes, and really the reason for this is that we don't have sufficient data to include this in our model without adversely impacting the overall uncertainties. Go to the next slide. So this slide contains the sources of data for our quantitative risk assessments. And what I'd like to highlight here is that we use both internal and external sources of data as inputs into our analysis. And down at the bottom, you can see that as far as reliability goes, there are no reliability consequences, as it's assumed that customers impacted would be evacuated from the inundation zones, and loss generation would not result in more broad reliability challenges. We'll go to the next slide. And as far as our crosscutters go, you can see that seismic and climate change are inherent to our modeling because we use site-specific geotechnical information and probable maximum precipitation and flood data that is specific to those to the areas of the hydro facilities. And then going on to the next slide, you can see that these four crosscutters here have been incorporated in the model. The physical attack driver is a very low frequency event, and and you can see that this is based on the data that we were able to obtain. For the cyber and IT asset failures, these are treated similarly as subdrivers. And what these do, they have the potential to increase the likelihood of a catastrophic outcome once an initiating event occurs. And you can see down there at the bottom, similar to the other risks, the enterprise records management isn't a driver, but it does impact the financial consequences of an event. Go to the next slide. So the purpose of this slide is to demonstrate how the top 5 dams populate more than 60% of the entire calculated risk. And what we found is much of this is driven by the size of the population centers in the inundation zones, and this is not a PG&E controllable factor. However, due to the low frequency of the risk events, PG&E's mitigations target reducing the frequency of the drivers leading to catastrophic failure through a robust dam safety program, which, as you've seen before, is our primary control. We'll go to the next slide. So the purpose of this slide is to demonstrate They significantly improved the quantification of the power generation budget for ramp purposes. And what I'll note here is that the 2023 and 2024 spending is largely driven by mitigations from both the spillway assessment and improvement program that are currently in flight and the new hydrometeorological studies that we've evaluated. And what you see is these are typically large civil projects, but they do improve the margin of safety for those worst case initiating events. Go to the next slide. So the purpose of this slide is to provide the risk spend efficiencies and the overall risk reductions. Notably, you can see that the spillway remediations are the highest on both due to the high impact of the flood driver towards the catastrophic failure potential. And you can see that the risk reductions from the seismic retrofits and low-level outlet refurbishments have a lower risk reduction due to targeting less impactful drivers. We'll go to the next slide. So here you can see the mitigation alternatives that we have considered. The first is installing geomembrane liners on all high and significant hazard dams, which provides long-term internal erosion risk reduction. But the downside, it's a very expensive option. The second and third alternatives that you can see there on the screen is employing technical research to improve the data quality regarding both the local seismic considerations and the probable maximum precipitation. And we do plan to implement elements of these alternatives, and really that's to reduce the uncertainty for the data inputs into our modeling. Any questions on these? So go to the next slide. So, here as generation and enterprise operational risk management teams, you can see we're constantly striving for improvements in our data quality and really a better quantification and understanding of our risk. And we do this in a number of ways that I'd like to cover here briefly. So the first, as I mentioned earlier, we're performing detailed hydroprobabilistic risk analysis based on the dam-specific barrier modes and effects analysis. We piloted this recently with the McLeod Dam, and we are moving on to perform this for other dams in our portfolio. In addition to this, we're implementing a vulnerability index. And what this does, it quantifies actual and potential deficiencies, and it allows us to understand each dam in the portfolio, the specific health of each dam. And this came from benchmarking the BC Hydro. And it also provides a method to prioritize repairs based on inspections that come out of our dam safety program. In addition, we've got comprehensive layers of inspections by PG&E personnel. We've got inspections from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, that's FERC, and the Division of Safety of Dams. In addition to that, we have independent third-party reviews on a 5-year frequency on our FERC Part 12D inspections. And what I'd also like to cover here is that we do plan to incorporate the lessons learned from Michigan's Edenvale Dam failure once we get the results from that. And then, on top of these efforts, we also strive for independent third-party evaluations of our entire dam safety program. And this we do through our Dam Safety Advisory Board, which is made up of industry experts. So, my goal in this presentation was to provide an overview of this risk, kind of go over the inputs that went into the model, and most importantly, provide a clear picture for what we're doing to both mitigate and control this risk. So I'd ask if there's any questions.
Could you please go back to slide 11, please? Okay. The column under safety equivalent fatalities, is that the expected value per year?
the safety equivalent fatality, oh, are you talking about the units for safety equivalent fatalities in that column there?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is turn it over to Elijah Devon, who is the risk manager who put that together. He can go over those units for us. Elijah?
Yeah, this is Elijah Devon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am, and just make sure, Vince, I saw your message right. This is calculated through the model. It does take the expected number of injuries, expected number of fatalities, and convert it to this unit in a per event frequency.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? So it's per event, not on a per annum basis.
Per event. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, this is Tom Long from Turn. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just a quick confirming question. Did you say that you did a separate tranche for each of the dams in this category?
Yes. Each dam has its own tranche.
Okay, thank you.
This is Chris Parks. I wanted to ask, in the ranking of risks of this risk compared to past history, has it changed since Oroville? Did that cause you to rank it differently compared to where it was previously?
So the ranking as far as in the ramp risk hasn't changed significantly, but since Oroville and since we'll call it broadening the number of dams that we look at, we do have a much better picture of the risk, and which goes into our calculating our risk spend efficiency so that we can prioritize the mitigations that we've got.
So you're looking at more dams, but you haven't. It hasn't changed the overall risk in terms of your scoring for looking at this.
Yeah, yes. So the frequency, since we've broadened it, the frequency has changed. So we've about doubled the frequency. So yes, we have seen an impact on the overall risk scores based on broadening our going from 20 to 61 dams.
I understand you're broadening it, but did it cause you, in looking at reevaluating spillway risk and evaluating the potential for spillway health and spillway, the potential consequences of a spillway incident?
Yes. So to answer that question, we have since the 2017 grant filing, when we have implemented the spillway assessment and improvement program, we did a thorough review of our spillways, and we did find areas where we need to make improvements, and you can see those in the risks that we've identified and the mitigations for those risks.
Okay. Okay. I was just curious about when events happen, then I think risks change. And I was just curious, is there a process for evaluating risks that may not get the attention they need before we have those kind of incidents? And but anyway, I had one other question, which had to do with the cyber risk. And I think that I'm trying to look for the slide, but I think it said 1 in 280 years. And I don't know if you mentioned it, but how did it would seem to me that might be something that could change over time, especially if PG&E is implementing greater SCADA control and remote control of gates and other things at hydro facilities. And I was curious, how that number has come, 1 in 280 years, or is that changing? Or do you have anything else to add about that?
Yeah, so what I'd like to add there is, and it kind of covered it towards the end, but it's important that to highlight that for power generation, we are constantly evaluating this risk in multiple facets. So RAMP is one tool to do that. In addition to that, we've got our hydro probabilistic risk assessment that go into the detailed failure modes and effects analyses for the assets. So, over time, as we either make changes to our facilities or new information comes in that changes or modifies our risk, that does get incorporated into our models as we go. So yes, we are looking at those on a more frequent basis.
Can I ask one quick question on follow up on that? Then, with the 1 in 280, is that a cyber attack that actually has a consequence, or is that a cyber attack that may or may not have a consequence?
Yeah, and for that, I'll turn to Elijah. I know he's got the details on the actual the timing, the frequency for that crosscutter.
Right, and if there are any cyber leads on the call, feel free to jump in as well. My understanding is that is a consequential cyber attack, not necessarily. Yeah, okay, and I am getting some confirmation from IT. It is a consequential cyber attack. So that 1 in 280 though does get compounded then with a flood event concurrent because it is a subdriver. So 1 in 280 is a consequential cyber attack.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Elijah.
And then Russ, just to be clear, there's a question in chat.
Oh, I did not see that. Just going to pull it up. So if dams are in sequence on the same watershed, do they get included in the same tranche? I'd say no, they don't get included in the same tranche, but what we do include in our model, if there are potential for cascading dam failures, that does get included. So we do model the consequences of multiple dam failures. Hope that answered the question. Any other questions? All right. With that, I will turn it back over to you, Ken.
Okay, great. Thank you, Russ. I appreciate your presentation. Looks like we are right on time to move to, if we can keep going down the slides here. I think this is going to be distribution network assets. Our presenter is Jeff Borders, who I believe is on the line. Jeff, are you on?
I am. I am on.
Wonderful. Thank you for being here. If you want to go ahead and start your presentation, that would be great.
Okay, I just wanted to start my video there. So good morning, everyone. I'm Jeff Borders, and I lead our distribution asset strategy group in electric operations. And today I'm going to talk about two risks, failure of distribution network assets and failure of distribution overhead assets. And we're going to start with network assets. So next slide. So this session, we're going to have an overview of the risk assessment and then mitigations that go into our 2023 GRC. So next slide.
I'm going to jump in. You may be muted. I certainly can't hear you. And
I was clearing my throat, and then I didn't go on unmute. So let me back up here with thanks for that, Ken. So for this definition of distribution assets, distribution network assets, it covers failure of distribution asset networks, or lack of remote operation that may result in public or employee safety issues, property or environmental damage, or electric reliability issues. So I want to say what's in scope is really our distribution network, our system that's in downtown San Francisco and Oakland. And then I just want to say what's out of scope is that really it's asset failure with any non-network underground or any of our overhead or any transmission. And I just point out that our network system, the distribution underground network system, it's composed of 188 different circuits of cable in 12 network groups, and 10 of those are in San Francisco and 2 are in Oakland. So the 188 circuit miles is composed of 69 circuits, 57 are in San Francisco and 12 are in Oakland. So next slide. In this slide here, which I think you saw before, which shows that this risk ranks 11th of our enterprise risks. And you can also see that from the safety risk score, I mean, that's really what's driving the overall score. So most of it is related to safety. Next slide. One more. Okay, so here we have our risk bow tie, and on the left there's the drivers. In the center there we have the event, and on the right the outcome. So the event is a failure of a distribution network asset, and we can see that on the left-hand side that the average annual frequency of a failure, of the asset failure, is about 10 per year. This is data that's based from 2008 to 2019. And on the right-hand side, you can see that before we go there, that on the left, the primary driver at the top there is equipment failure. And that represents 77% of the frequency. And the thing to know on that also is that of that 77%, 80% is really driven by primary cable and splices. So that's the big hand side. Yes, stay there for a minute. Thanks. And then I want to move to the right-hand side, and we see that most of the time, 81% of the time, the consequence is non-catastrophic. But 18% of the time, we have a consequence that has the potential to be catastrophic. And just for context here, a catastrophic failure for us is an event that resulted in a dislodged manhole or smoke or fire. A catastrophic event doesn't mean that there was a catastrophic consequence, but that means that it had the potential for it. It had a catastrophic event in terms of the equipment. And that risk or that outcome is most of our risk, 96% of the risk. Next slide. So here's the breakdown of the equipment subdrivers. And as I mentioned before, equipment failure is 77% of the risk. But then when you look at what that's driven by, it's mostly driven by primary cable or splice, or secondary cable or splice. That represents most of the frequency for the equipment drivers. Okay, next slide. So, leading to that, if we see that equipment failure and primarily cable failure are the main drivers, we've developed the tranches into 3 tranches here. The first one is the cable that has already been addressed. So this is cable that has already been replaced, older vintage cable that's already been replaced. And then we have cable that are 2 circuits that have newer EPR cables. So this is newer cable that is in good shape. That's the second tranche. And then the last tranche is the remaining 51 circuits that are prioritized based on failures. So that's how we've done the tranches, and that third tranche is really where we have most of the risk.
Do you have an idea of how old those circuits are? I mean, or how old the cable is?
Yes, we do cable testing, and the cable, the system was built in the 60s. So we do know the age of the conductor, and it is, when we do our life cycle replacement, it is prioritized, based on condition and age, outage, so forth. But like anything, we don't have perfect information about our system. Okay.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Of that 132 miles, is that a particular type of cable mostly, or is that a wide, like lots of different types of cables?
It's a couple different types. So the earlier generation cross-linked polyethylene, there's a lot of that, and then there's also HMWPE, and then EP. So that's what's really left there, is those two types of cable.
And that 132 miles, is that, once you do that 132 miles, will that replace most of that type of cable, or do you have hundreds more miles of that type of cable, or even more?
Yeah, on our network system, the total amount of cable is the 188 miles. So that represents the entire inventory of cable for the network system.
Okay, so the 188, when I was reading it, it said prioritized for replacement, but the 188 is total that you have, even beyond your immediate future.
Yeah, the 188 is the total system, and then 132 of that is the part that's prioritized for replacement.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. Other questions on? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the cross-cutting risks. And let's sort of talk about, most of the cross-cutting risks do have impacts to the network system, but I'll talk about the ones that don't. So starting with climate resiliency, the reason it's not shown here is because we don't have quantitative treatment in the bow tie. The climate resiliency cross-cutter was focused on the temperature rise and additional heat waves, as opposed to sea level rise. So sea level rise is coming later, but we do have an alternative mitigation that's based on the impacts from sea level rise. And for IT and cyber, we're showing here that there's not a failure in terms of a driver, but really for those, more of the risk is really at the substation. So that's not going to, a failure, or an IT failure or cyber threat is not really going to result in a distribution network asset failure.
Excuse me, Jeff. This is Tom from Turn. Could I ask you to go back to the bow tie slide?
Sure.
Looking at the consequence, or the total scores and the consequence side, I looked at the report, and I can see that in the report there's a little more detail about what contributes to those scores, and it seems to be mostly focused on the safety attribute and not so much on the reliability attribute. Am I understanding that right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So can you help edify me on the nature of what causes the high safety score, or why most of the score is focused on safety? What are the safety impacts of failures here? Is it explosion of an explosion that can cause harm, physical harm to employees and the public?
That is the biggest driver. So when we have a dislodged manhole or we have smoke or fire, that is a direct public or employee safety risk.
Okay. Anything else other than this? This would be some force from a failure could cause some force and create a fire and manhole blowing off and the like. Is there anything else that causes the safety risk?
I mean, there could also be environmental impacts as well. If oil was expended, but that's the main driver there. And from a risk standpoint, that's most of the driver, because normally with a single failure to an asset, it does not have a reliability impact because of the nature of the network.
And is the risk mostly to the public, or can there be employees that would be affected as well?
Yeah, it could be both, public and employee, contractors, really anybody.
And is the data on which that is based, is that PG&E specific data, or is it industry data, or both?
This is shown as PG&E data, and these are the events from 2008 to 2019. That's where this data is. That's where we get the 10.2 events per year. It's based on that actual data.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, let's go to, I think we were on going into slide 11. Okay, so these are the existing control programs. We have 6 existing control programs. The life cycle cable replacement and new switch installations, inspection, maintenance, and corrective work. We have life cycle network component replacements, asset information improvement efforts, and network health monitoring and standards, processes, and training. So a little more detail there, but those are the existing controls for this risk.
So it says here that, sorry, it says here that some of the cables are from 1920s.
Yeah, some of the older cables are from the 1920s, and that's the cable that's there is in the 1920s is what's called the paper insulated lead cable. That's the really older cable. And so when I spoke earlier about the 1960s vintage cable, those are the what we might say is older, newer cable. So the 1960s vintage were the HMWPE and the XLPE, but the cable from the 1920s is the paper insulated lead cable that was phased out in the 1960s.
And approximately how many circuit miles of the 1920s era cable?
I don't have that breakdown in front of me. I can get it though, and I think I thought we may have presented it, but.
And I guess the other question is that a higher risk for failures than the 1960s cable?
They're all prioritized. The 1920s cable, the paper insulated lead cable, does actually perform really well. Where we have issues with it is with the splices. There's a whole risk profile, and some is higher risk than others. It's not just age; it's also performance and what that cable has seen from an operation standpoint.
Is it this previous slide you showed the subdrivers with the splices? I mean, is a large majority of the splices from that 1920s versus the 1960s? I'm just wondering if there's any way to kind of further tranche it down.
I mean, there's always a way to drill down. So that the third tranche of the cable that's left, 132 miles, certainly has a a profile of higher to lower risk. And, we are working towards working it down that way. But yet, yeah, there could be, even more levels of detail below that. Okay. You want to keep going, or let's go to the next slide.
I did have one question though, just real quick. None of these cables are also needing to be replaced for reliability in other programs?
It's really both. I mean, these are cables that the 1920s to the 1960s cable is the cable that's is reaching the end of its life, and it needs to be replaced for both from a safety standpoint and from a reliability standpoint.
And so wouldn't there be more reliability factors, attributes in the modeling?
Yeah, the problem is that when a single cable fails, it doesn't actually have an impact on reliability. So because of the network system, it can, and it does have, in some cases, reliability. There are outages, but in most cases, there's not a reliability component. So when a single cable fails, it doesn't normally result in a customer outage. We don't want multiple cables to fail, and that can be a a significant issue. Does that answer your question?
Yes, for now. Thank you. I'm just writing notes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so here's we can see the cumulative risk reduction. We start with, given the existing controls and mitigations, we start at a baseline score of 16.9, and then through the controls and new mitigations, we end in 2026 with a mitigated risk of 6.9. The biggest risk reduction is coming from two programs, the M1 replacement of oil field transformers in high rises. That program concludes in 2021. And then we have the venting manhole cover replacement program that does conclude in 2022. And those two programs really are addressing the biggest safety risk from a standpoint of the system, and so those have the biggest risk reduction. The next one, M3, is installation of new SCADA equipment for safety monitoring. That's a foundational mitigation, and it allows us the effective monitoring of the system. This is upgrading a 1980s vintage SCADA monitoring equipment. So we get additional equipment information or additional condition information, and we get, this system is also sort of at the end of its capabilities. I can say that each of these.
Oh, go ahead.
Each of these mitigations are explained in more detail in the appendix and in the testimony. But I did want to move to the three new mitigations. So the first one, M4, is to add an additional 25% more cable replacement per year to mitigate against cable failure. So that brings it from 12 miles to 15 miles. We also, the M5 is replacement of dry type transformers in high rises. So there are 22 units that are that we've had that based on testing, these units that were installed in the 1980s, they're showing insulation deterioration, and they're at the end of their life. So that has less of a safety impact, but more of a reliability impact. And then the last one, M6, is about replacing are CMD type network protectors. So we have 4 different types of network protectors in our system, and the CMD are the most difficult to repair. They're they have the highest failure rate. So we're getting to the point where we don't have replacement parts for those anymore, or are difficult to find. So we need to replace those.
The mitigations, the first 2 mitigations, they're ongoing programs that were already approved, and
That's correct.
and why does, go ahead.
And I was just going to say that they were previously approved, and they're winding down. So we're showing them here because they're still part of the time here, but they are winding down.
And why do the replacing transformers, why is that such a big risk reduction when it looked like the subdrivers, it wasn't that big of a risk? And when you were showing the slide before, it was the cables and the splices. So can you kind of talk to that a little bit?
Yeah. So the cable and the splices, can have the venting manhole replacements. Those can be related to a splice failure. So a splice failure can result in a catastrophic event inside the vault. And so the venting manhole cover replacement program is really addressing the consequence side to mitigate the consequence of the failure. And then on the network component replacement, the transformer oil replacement, it's the oil-filled transformers in the high-rise buildings that that also has a safety component, but also a reliability component as well. When we talked about the drivers, those were the highest drivers of from a frequency standpoint. That those were we're just noticing that from a frequency standpoint, the cable and splices are the highest frequency. Okay, I think that's the presentation. I think we're into other question modes.
I'm sorry, I just want to check again. So the new mitigations M4, you said is basically increasing it by 3 circuit miles a year of replacement, going from 12 to 15. Is that what you meant?
Yes.
So it's a program that's already going, and you just be increasing it. And so that's why you showed the incremental RSC?
That's right.
Wendy, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. This is Tom from Turn. So Jeff, I'm looking at the work papers and specifically the page of the work papers, and this is the PDF work papers, the page that shows the summary of the mitigations and their risk spend efficiency scores. And one is listed there that I didn't see in your slide presentation, and that's primary network cable replacement. Maybe it was a control, but I'm a little confused anyway. It's showing that that would be a program that would have an expenditure of $79 million in the rate case period with a risk reduction of 7.61. I didn't see it in your presentation. Maybe you could help me with that.
So and maybe I need to reach out to a colleague here, but it may be a combination of the existing control plus the M4 additional mitigation. Okay, so I think that is the existing, the $79 million would represent the existing 12 miles per year.
So that's a control. what PG&E
Yeah.
showing you were showing as a control,
Yes.
but that got scored. That got that was given an RSE.
I'm not sure on that. I don't have the work paper in front of me. I don't know if Benson can speak to that.
Hi, this is Benson. So one thing that we wanted to ensure is to represent the risk as of 2023. As part of the settlement is to present our baseline risk as of 2023, and we recognize that this cable replacement is also provides some benefit in managing the tranche of the ones that are that are in the tranche to prioritize for replacement. So in that case, while it's an ongoing program, it does actually reduce the current level of risk.
So it's something that PG&E classifies as a control, but you thought it was important to do an assessment of that to give us an RSE for.
It was important to reflect the risk reduction of that activity to represent the risk in 2023. Yes.
In what year?
For 2023.
2023 only?
No. So in order to get to the true risk score in 2023, we wanted to reflect the ongoing expenditures that mitigate that first 12 miles each year from 2020 to 2023.
Okay. Are you expecting continued? Is that a program that's going to continue into the new rate case period?
Not to speak for Jeff, but I believe it's the 12 plus the 3 additional.
Yeah. So yes. So to answer, Tom, to your question, is that 12 miles going to continue? The answer is yes.
And that's what's shown as primary network cable replacement. It doesn't have an M number next to it in the work paper. It just says primary network cable replacement. And it just has the 7.61 risk reduction and the 79 million in spending. And I presume that's spending over the upcoming rate case period.
I'm gonna again have to ask Benson. I don't have the work paper in front of me.
Well, I've just told you everything that's in the work paper. I mean, this is just a summary table that lists all of the mitigations that PG&E's given.
Where I'm not sure on is the difference between the base of 12 miles and the addition, which is counted for where, and I'm not sure if we're talking about it. I think the work paper is showing a total with the additional mitigation and the total RSE.
Is there something in your slides that this relates to? I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble seeing how this fits in with your slides.
Yeah, what we're showing here on the slide is just the incremental as the incremental for M4 there is just showing the incremental to isolate that additional 3 miles. Is what I'm showing here.
Right.
Not the total,
M4 is separately scored, and that has a 1.44 reduction, and that is a $20 million program over the rate case period. So that's already addressed. But this is something different. It's shown as something different.
Yeah, and I'm not showing that. I'm not showing the existing control here, or the score of the existing control.
Okay, well, it sounds like we've gone as far as we can with this. I remain confused, but thank you for trying.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, do we want to move on?
So just to confirm, are there any more questions for this risk? Jeff is actually the presenter for the next risk that's going to come up, so we can kind of seamlessly slide into that, but just to make sure that we don't have any other questions on the board. Okay, if we could keep going down a couple slides here.
Ken, can you do a time check? I'm trying to stick closer to the schedule today, so where are we at?
We're actually right on time, Wendy. 10:30 is exactly where we were going to head into distribution overhead. And then a note on our end, we are looking to start the wildfire presentation at 12:30 and not earlier, simply because Mark is available out of some other obligations at 12:30. So wherever we finish, however we finish distribution overhead, we will take a lunch till 12:30. To answer your question, just to make sure, Wendy, we are right on, and I think we could absorb another question if you have one, but if not, we can move ahead. And then Steve, I will leave it up to you if we want to take a 5-minute stretch break, since we've been at it for an hour, we can, or we can continue forward since lunch may be a little bit longer potentially.
I think I'm going to take a stretch break.
Yeah, that sounds good. Why don't we take a 5-minute stretch break, come back at 10:40. Thank you. Just 2 notes to the IT host. If you could move down a couple slides. One more. One more. There might be 2 more actually. Yep. We're looking for a title slide here for distribution overhead, so I think you can keep going. I think a little bit more. The appendix here was a little bit long. Nope, keep going. There we go, perfect, thank you. It is 10:40, I believe people should have returned. Just a reminder, please mute your microphone if you are not speaking. I'll just do a quick check to see Steve. IT host, are we in good position to move forward? Okay, I see Steve. We're on the slide we need to be. Jeff, I will turn it back over to you.
Okay, thanks for that, Ken. So we're switching gears here, and I'm going to cover the failure of distribution overhead assets. And the agenda is the same as for network, but in this case, we've added a little time at the end for a deeper dive into the Rapid Earth Fault Current Limiter, or also known as REFCL, and that was based on feedback from the last workshop. So we'll have some time to go a little deeper on that. Next slide. Again, from the definition, this is failure of distribution overhead assets or lack of remote operation that may result in public or employee safety issues, property or environmental damage, or electric reliability issues. What I want to point out on this is that, for as far as what's in scope is the entire electric distribution overhead assets, including PG&E owns streetlights. And what's significantly out of scope here is the consequences of ignitions associated with overhead assets. Those are covered in the wildfire risk. Another significant out of scope is any third-party employee or contractor consequence not caused by equipment failure are in the other risks that I think you reviewed earlier: third-party safety incident, contractor safety incident, and employee safety incident. An example of that could be a public contact with an intact conductor or a car pole incident. Both of those examples would be out of scope. And just as background.
Can we go over that scope again, Jeff? I'm just really trying to get my head around it. So if you talk about contact with energized equipment risk specifically for anyone, employees, contractors, the public, which of those risks would be in scope?
So contact with an intact conductor for the public would be in third-party safety incident. A contact with an intact conductor with a contractor would be in the contractor safety incident, and then the same for if it was with an employee, it would be an employee safety incident.
So none of the contact with energized equipment are included in this?
That is correct. unless I'm sorry. We were talking about intact. So that when there's no asset failure, that is correct. But if if an asset is falling to the ground, or it fails, or there's a failure of the asset that causes harm to third parties, contractors, or employees, that would be here. So anything related to the failure of the asset is where it's related here. But if there's no failure of the asset, then it's not included here.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And just on background, the overhead system includes about 80,000 miles, circuit miles of primary, 48,000 of secondary. Big numbers here. We have about 2.3 million poles, about 750,000 transformers and other equipment as well. That just gives a sense of the scale of the system. I also say that, in the past, we've handled risks were evaluated by asset type. We had, conductor and pole and other failures. But in 2018, we changed to an event-based risk framework, and now all those asset type risks are captured as subdrivers. That's another change under equipment failure. So if we go to slide 4. Again, this shows the relative safety scores, and we can see that this ranks number 9 with a safety score of 18, but the multi-attribute risk score, total score of 525, that's really driven by reliability. So that's what's the biggest driver for this risk. Next slide. Okay, our bow tie here. We have drivers on the left. We have the event, which is failure of the distribution asset in the middle, and then the outcomes and consequences on the right. So you can see in the bottom left, there's about 25,000 overhead asset failures per year. That's the number there. And also, when we look at the primary frequency, we see 3 things. We see that equipment failure, other, and vegetation are really driving most of the frequency. 86%, if you add all those up, of the frequency is driven by those 3. And I do want to talk a little bit about other, because that's such a significant driver, and what that can be. And in this case, a lot of times other is selected when the cause can't be determined. And an example of that could be, let's say that wires slap together, it results in an outage. We go out and patrol, and we can't locate what caused, or we can't locate not only what caused it or where it happened. And that could also be by incidental contact with vegetation or animals or other things where we don't have any evidence, or we can't find any evidence. So in those cases, we know that there's an outage, so we're assigning it as a cause code other, and that's why it's so large. On the right-hand side, we can see that the asset failures resulting in ignitions are shown at about a little under 2%, but the consequence is 0, and that's because that risk of consequence is captured in the wildfire risk. So next slide.
Repeat that again. I'm not sure I caught what you were pointing out. Sorry.
Sure. Let's go back to slide 6. The second outcome down, asset failure associated with ignition, that has a frequency of about 1.8%. So of the 24,794 events that happen a year, about 1.8% of those result in a asset failure associated with an ignition. And we're showing it here just to show the completeness, the 100% frequency, but the consequence is not shown here from a risk standpoint, because that outcome or that consequence is captured in the wildfire risk. So my risk here, failure of distribution overhead assets, does not include the consequence of ignition.
Okay, that makes sense. I think where I'm struggling is why don't you have any serious injury or fatalities as outcomes?
Well, that could be in the. I guess it's not broken out here. It's in the first one here. Asset failure not associated with ignition.
So that means serious injury or fatality, that first one?
I believe so.
It's just not clear.
It's not broken out, but it is in that category.
So it's not all of the 80. Is a majority of the 87% of the risk due to serious injury and fatalities?
No, in this case, the majority of that risk is due to
reliability.
driven by reliability. Yes.
Okay, but a portion of that is the safety. Okay.
Yes, that's
so
correct.
You're not really. You're not. Oh, go ahead. You're not separating out whether it's just an outage or whether it's an outage and a serious injury fatality. You're not separating that out.
That's right. It's not separated out here.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, this is Chris Parks. If I could ask about, oh, I'm sorry, Benson, were you going to add on to that? I'm sorry. Anyway, you mentioned that this is not, that this is captured in wildfire risk, Jeff. And so you also mentioned earlier that the scoring for this is 500 and something, 525, because it's mostly reliability. So I'm curious then, is asset failure associated with ignition, is that has a higher scoring or a higher weighting in the wildfire risk assessment? Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, any ignition, whether or not it results in catastrophic or not, is scored in the wildfire risk.
Okay, so on this slide, D-line equipment failure, would that, for example, include wires down?
Yes, it would.
Okay, and could wires down also be included in other and potentially vegetation, or how would you divide that up?
Yeah, wires down is probably not included in other because we can see what that is, and so that would be included in the equipment failure. There could be wires down that are associated with vegetation. If we see a tree that's fallen into a line and takes down a wire, that would be classified. That wire down would be classified as a vegetation cost. Got it.
And so the wires down of this frequency of 8,623, would wires down be the vast majority of those 8,000 frequency, or do you have a sense of how much of that is wires down?
No, I think annually we have on the order of around 3,000 wires down. I think, if I'm just off the top of my head. So it would be a significant portion that from wire down it would be equipment failure or vegetation, but it can be these others as well. But most of the wires down are associated with equipment failure. Actually, when I think about the three largest drivers of wires down, it's equipment failure, vegetation, and third party.
Oh, okay. And equipment failure would also include splice failures too, as well as other failures with the conductor. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. And if those failures were to result in an ignition, then they would get categorized as under that 1.8%.
That's right.
And however, that would be risk scored separately in wildfire. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, and then how much, I mean, is there a way to get a sense for how big a contributor wires down or splice failures is to ignitions? Because I'm looking at this and it's not clear to me, since wildfire is separately, but D-line equipment failure is here, how to get a sense of how much wires down or splice failures may contribute to ignitions or wildfires.
Yeah, and that's really covered in the wildfire risk. I think we've already gone through. I didn't participate in that one, but I believe that the bow tie and the discussion talked to, what percent were related to equipment failure.
Okay, so in this slide, it has D-line equipment failure, which includes wires down, but in terms of mitigation, which is going to be a result of this risk ranking, that doesn't really get weighted in this section, I guess.
Yeah, the consequence of ignition are not really taken into account here. So, we can, I'll show that when we get to the mitigation. But many of the mitigations that are covered in the wildfire risk also have the secondary benefit of distribution overhead asset risk reduction, so reliability improvements. So if we replace, older conductor or small conductor and replace it with covered conductor in the wildfire, we're also getting reliability benefits here. So I will show that later.
Okay, thank you.
This is Wendy. I'm just wondering, you were mentioning the three largest drivers for wired down, equipment failure, vegetation, and third party. So you don't really have, so which drivers here listed would be the third party? Is what is human performance? And I'm not sure I know. I mean, animal contact, but I don't see a hitting a pole or something like that.
Yeah. That risk is in I believe, and I'm going to get, maybe I have to reach out to Benson on this one. I believe the third party what related wires down are in the third party risk.
Yes. Anything that initiated in the third party safety, third party initiated would go into the third party safety risk, which we presented yesterday. That's where we saw the electrical contact and carpole guy wire incidences shown as the top drivers of the third party safety risk.
So animals, though, stay here.
Yes.
Not non-human animals. What is the human performance mean?
Human performance is where normally attributed to an employee or contractor that makes a mistake that results in an asset failure. So this could be someone doesn't follow procedure, or it kind of breaks it down to makes a mistake when they're performing work, either an operational mistake or a construction or maintenance mistake that results in asset failure.
And yesterday, if the other employee and contractor ones, if they made a mistake, it's anything that wasn't an asset failure. Is that the difference? I mean, in the separated employee and contractor risk section.
In the employee and contractor instances, those are the ones that a safety incident was caused by the employer safety, and these the ones here would not have any safety impacts.
So just to clarify that and to reinforce what Benson said, so if an employee mistake, it makes a human performance error, but nobody is hurt, but it just does relate in an outage, then it's shown here. And the other part is the crosscutter for skilled and qualified workforce. And those are not necessarily a mistake. That's where there's lack of training or someone didn't know what the right thing to do was. So that's the difference between skilled and qualified workforce and human performance.
So Jeff, this is Tom. I got a little confused by that. Earlier you said that the scope of this risk would be failure of an asset. So a break in a conductor, for example. And you said the employee and contractor risk, safety risks related to an intact asset. So if there's, getting back to this driver page slide, the human performance driver, if there's a human performance issue, a mistake, in this context, it would seem that that would be one that results in an asset failure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like that asset failure could result in not just reliability consequences, but also safety consequences. But you seem to be saying, no, if it's a safety consequence, it's not counted here.
Yeah, generally speaking, what we're talking about, the difference is that when an employee or contractor is injured and there's not a related asset failure, those are covered in the previous section that we talked about. These sections are ones where a contractor or employee in human performance causes the failure, and so the Venn diagram there, where you have them overlap, where a human performance causes a equipment failure and results in a employee injury. I'm not exactly sure how we're doing that Venn diagram one, where they're captured when both of those conditions exist. I don't know if I can get some help here on that.
If an employer or contractor gets hurt while doing their job, that would be captured in the employee and contractor safety risks. If an employee causes an outage and, for instance, injures the public, there's no employer contractor safety. It's then that would fall under this human performance category under this asset failure risk. So our human performance, an employee or a contractor caused an equipment to fail, which potentially endangered the public, that would be captured under this risk.
Or caused a physical harm to the employee. It seemed like because it was an asset failure, which is in the scope of this, the human caused asset failure and that harmed an employee, that would seem like employee harm should also be covered, but you're suggesting not?
We haven't necessarily, I would have to look back at the data, but if there was an actual serious injury or fatality associated with an employee, then it would go under our contractor and employee safety risks.
Even if it causes an asset failure?
If the employer or contractor causes the asset to fail and injures themselves, that would fall under those risks.
Okay, so I think then you need to go back and re-clarify your scope slide, because I'm not saying do it now, but I don't think your scope slide is in sync with what you're saying now. Anyway, there's a discrepancy there.
Yeah, I'm still confused myself. Yeah, and I'm wondering. I mean, would you be including the same event twice? Then would you include the same particular event here if it caused asset failure, and then also if it caused an employee serious injury or fatality or contractor in that one? Would you include the same event twice? Kind of like doing for ignition, right? Because you're including asset failure. Even if it caused ignition, you're still including it here, and then you would include it separately. in the wildfire. Is that what's being done?
So I think what we should probably do is take this as a follow-up, because I think we could, we just need to look and see how we actually classified this and get to this point where two things are happening and make sure that we're clear on where we've categorized it. I think I understand, but we need to go back and look at the data to make sure that we've got the right categories here. So I appreciate that this is a little unclear here, but I think we can take that as a follow-up.
Thank you, Jeff. On that note, so on similar, like for D-line equipment failure, if there's clarity then to say that if an equipment failure causes an ignition, it's included here. It wouldn't be excluded here, whether or not it had to do with, it's significant related to reliability, but it would be included here. And then if I understand this chart right, D-line equipment failure, is that going to be the majority of the on the right outcomes, asset failure, so that is it reasonable to assume that perhaps 1.8% of the D-line equipment failures are then associated with ignitions?
No, that's not how to read this. All these drivers, result in these outcomes. So there's vegetation that results in an ignition. There's animal that results in ignition. So it's not just D-line equipment that flows through to asset failures associated with ignition.
Okay, and do you have that data, D-line equipment failure that's associated with ignition?
We do, and that would be presented in the wildfire risk.
Okay.
So let's move on to the subdrivers. Just want to be conscious of time here. Next slide. So we mentioned that D-line equipment failure is the biggest cause here. And so here's the subdrivers that are related to D-line equipment failure. And I want to point out that if you look at the top three, transformer, conductor, splice, and conductor, connector, splice, and conductor are the top three. I just want to point out that for transformer, I don't think that the transformer failure is really represented correctly here, because what happens with a transformer is that we don't perform a root cause analysis on all equipment failures of the 25,000 we get a year. So for transformers, the driver can also include where there's an issue with the secondary or the service or with customer equipment that ends up resulting in a transformer failure. So when the crews respond and they see that a transformer has failed, that's what they put as the cause, even though there may be something else that caused the transformer to fail. So I just want to point that out, that it's just with the way that we collect the data, I don't think that we have just 34% of the failures are just transformers kind of giving out and failing. But we don't have I don't have a breakdown of what it ought to be. But just to say that those are the top three. Next slide.
So Jeff, you don't have I understand you don't have a breakdown, but do you have a sense? Is it like at least half of transformer failures are probably not caused by the transformer themselves? Yeah,
it's hard to. I would not want to even venture a guess on that. That may be reasonable, but we just don't have the data, so I can't say. On vegetation was the other big one here. So wanted to talk about that we have other for vegetation or fell into or branch. Those are the three highest. The fall in trees and the branch overhang are the ones we know. The other unknown means we've identified that it's a vegetation-related outage, but we can't tell if it's, you know, which of the other categories that it belongs with. Next slide. Okay, so here's the tranches. In this case, we have 5 tranches. The first 2 are really specific to type of conductor and or location. So in the first one, we're concerned with small wire conductor. That's 4 copper or 6 copper. And that group of wires that we have about 22,000 miles of that. You know, they have a higher than average failure rate. So we broke those out. Another group that has a higher failure rate is the ACSR aluminum conductor steel reinforced conductors. This is conductor that has a steel core for strength and then aluminum for conductivity. And those types of conductor don't perform as well in the corrosion areas because the steel core tends to corrode. So those that has a specific call out, and then we group the remaining overhead into 3 different buckets of poor reliability, medium, and high performance. So that's how we've tranched out. And I would say that there's not any double counting here. We've taken out the small wire sections, and they may be in that poor reliability performance percentile to start with, but we've taken them out here. And so what's left in the poor reliability performance are those that are not in the 2 that are above. So there's no double counting here.
Jeff, do you have the data for the small wire tranche and the poor reliability tranches in particular, as far as which one, the percent of ignitions from the different tranches, and have you looked at that? I know it's in the wildfire. Is they haven't broken it up in the tranches like this in the wildfire.
Well, I think it's a factor in the wildfire in how they look at the overall risk of the segments. So it's certainly material type is a driver, and when we think about the risk, when we're risk ranking the circuits within the high fire threat area. So it is captured there. I don't think it's broken out specifically like this, because it's one of many factors that drives the risk.
But you do have the data for these,
oh, yeah.
right? I mean, you should be able to pull that out. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for each ignition, we know what the wire size is, if it was caused by that.
And you would also know if it actually is within the circuits, which reliability circuits, if it's in the high, medium, moderate, or poor reliability. You should be able to know that too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, next slide. Here's the crosscutters. Couple things I'll talk about here that climate resiliency is shown because it relates to increased frequency of heat waves. So we have that. And we're also showing IT, I want to point out IT asset failure. It's not a driver for overhead risk, but it is a consequence multiplier. So, you know, if we're not able to have visibility to our assets from a consequence standpoint, that could extend the outage. And then cyber is not included. And really the idea there is that the cyber threat doesn't contribute to the really to the driver for asset failure. So that's the takeaways there. Want to move to?
Jeff, can we go back to the previous slide? Sorry.
Okay.
I just noticed a note on the bottom. Can you speak to that note?
Yeah, a question when we looked at this is, well, this is interesting, and I think, Wendy, it may go to your point that show me, it goes exactly to your point of show me where these tranches are in terms of high fire threat and non-high fire threat. And so I think we are, seeing if we can do some additional work to break these tranches out by whether or not they're in high fire threat versus non-high fire threat. To get a fuller picture. Okay. Let's move to slide 11. We run. Let's go forward one. One more. Okay, one more. There we go. Okay. We are sort of running out of time here. So these are the existing controls, and with a system of 80,000 miles, you could imagine we have quite a few. So there's 12 existing controls, 2 for vegetation management, preventative and corrective maintenance. We have our life cycle conductor replacement. That's a big control. Our patrols and inspections and infrared patrols. Next slide. SCADA, another one here is our annual protection reviews to make sure we're still coordinating our protection. And then other life cycle replacement work, capacity, and our design stands. Pole programs, there's a whole list of pole asset management programs that are included for addressing our poles. And then the last one, the targeted reliability program. Okay, go to the last slide that I have, which is the overall risk reduction. It's showing that, with our current controls and mitigations, we start out with a total risk score of 547, roughly. And that includes, that's the total score, not just the safety score. And, with all those, with the proposed mitigations and ongoing controls, at the end of the period, we'll be at around 498. I want to point out that the top 3 are there's enhanced vegetation management, explosion fuse replacement, and system hardening. Those 3 mitigations, M1, M2, and M4, that represents about 95% of the spending over the 2023 through 2026 period. But most of that spend is really, those programs are primarily targeted at the wildfire mitigation program. But what we show here is they have benefit to distribution overhead risk in terms of reliability and non-ignition risk reduction. So again, those programs are not really driven by risk reduction for distribution overhead. They're really driven by the wildfire risk, but we get the secondary benefit here in this risk because it does help reduce non-ignition risk. I just want to point that out.
Are all these mitigations from the wildfire?
No, but I'll talk about the ones that are specific for this. So expulsion fuse number 4 is also most of the benefit is in wildfire, but we get some benefit there. And then I'll talk about the 2 foundational risks. So M5 is the asset data capture. One of the questions that comes up is, why do you have so many other asset failure causes. That's not really, you need more information to work on that, and that's I believe a fair criticism. So this mitigation is really to enhance the outage data capture, and our asset failure analysis, so that we can really get to better understanding of the causes of those risks, especially for the other category. And then M9 is the improved distribution risk model, which will help focus our efforts on the highest risk work. So those two are the foundational programs, so they don't get a score. So let's move to the next one, which is M6, which is not next slide, sorry. The next mitigation, which is M6, which is the switch replacement program. So we have we have switches, Grasshopper and KPF switches that we're doing switch replacements because these either don't work, or they have issues with how we're able to use them for line when we want to open a line. They don't have the ability to open a line when it's energized. So that's that program. And then the two new ones that we've shown here that start in 2023, or the first one that starts in 2023, is the regulated output streetlight replacement program. That's M7. And that program has been ongoing, but it's paused for a little bit. So it started out with a little over 1,100 RO streetlights. These are streetlights that are like Christmas tree streetlights. So if one goes out, they all go out. We've completed the replacement of all those, except for there's 49 streetlights on 2 booths left in San Francisco. So that's the completion of that program. And then the final one there, M10, which is line recloser controller replacement. This is a new proposing that we're actually planning to start next year, which will turn into a 10-year program to phase out our older generation 3A and 4C controllers. And so those controllers on the line reclosers have limited functionality and limited ability to from what we can see on those, and they're really at the end of their life. So that program plans to start next year. And
So Jeff,
go ahead.
This is Tom. So for the 3 mitigations that you mentioned that have the most significant impact, those are mitigations that are actually driven by the wildfire risk. I think it was M1, M2, and M4. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I want to understand how we go about knowing the full mitigation impact of those mitigations, risk reduction impact of those mitigations. Do we need to combine the risk reduction that's in the wildfire risk chapter with the risk reduction in this chapter, or is that fully accounted for in the wildfire? Is the total risk reduction that's reflected here fully accounted for in the wildfire risk chapter?
When we do the RSE calculation, it's combined. So the total dollars and the total risk reduction for the RSE calculation is a combined value. These numbers here, they're showing for the cumulative risk reduction. This is just the risk reduction that's related to the distribution overhead assets. But when we're not showing the RSE here, but the RSE is a combined number that shows both benefits.
Okay, so the RSE that's shown in this chapter, I know it's not on the slide, but in this chapter would be one that is the same as the RSE for these mitigations in the wildfire chapter?
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah,
in terms of risk reduction, we need to be careful. Those of us who are going to be making use of this information, we need to be careful to combine the risk reduction values in the two chapters in order to make sure we understand the total risk reduction that PG&E is estimating. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
If there are no more questions, I think we have a little bit of time to talk about REFCL.
Jeff, just one clarifying question. You've mentioned M1, M2, and M4, but isn't M3 a wildfire mitigation?
Yeah, it is also a wildfire mitigation because it does have a big impact for wildfire mitigation, but it's not necessarily driven by wildfire mitigation. That's a risk that probably gets more risk reduction points from wildfire mitigation, but it's also here. It's not one that I would say that was driven by wildfire risk reduction.
I thought it was the non-exempt devices, were the ones that basically cause sparks. So they are a concern for the wildfire. I mean, clarify me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I may be saying it wrong here, but it is the most of the benefit goes to the wildfire risk reduction. I'm just saying that we started that program and it before, not related to the wildfire mitigation as a new mitigation for wildfire. It was a program to correct the grounding on surge arresters, and it turned into a non-exempt surge arrestor replacement. But to answer the question directly, yes, most of the benefit goes to the wildfire. So in that sense, it's a wildfire risk reduction.
Just to clarify, it would be the first four mitigations here that would have risk reductions in both this chapter and the risk and the wildfire.
Yeah. Yes, I was separating that just from a cost standpoint, but yeah, the first four, absolutely.
Tom, this is Chris Parks. Hey, I know that PG&E doesn't do a separate risk ranking of PSPS, but would M10 or any of these other programs affect the need to do PSPS or the restoration after PSPS?
M10 would impact it to the extent that those types of controllers have higher failure rates. So there's, but not, the change out of that controller, would not necessarily be related to PSPS.
Thanks.
Okay, if we have a little bit of time here.
If Jeff, I think if this is probably a good stopping point, I think, for us, and we can continue after lunch with the REFCL presentation and then go into wildfire. I think that works a little bit better.
Ken, wasn't it pretty short, the REFCL? I didn't see too many slides.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's just take care of it.
It's not too long. If we want to do it now, that's I have no issue with that, Wendy. I just thought is Terry on?
Yeah, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, wonderful. Yeah. Thanks, Wendy.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, Ken, did you want to wait because it is related to wildfires? I mean, that makes sense too.
Well, I thought it tied in. It also potentially gives Mark a little bit of a chance to segue from his kind of emergency duties he's at right now. So he's available at 12:30. So I thought just provided a little bit of a buffer. But if Harry wants to present now and I think we're comfortable with that, that's fine. I think that works as well, Wendy.
What does the agenda say, though? Does the agenda say wildfire discussion this afternoon? I mean, because it
does. It's at 12:30. But again, I think if Harry is here, it's a couple slides. Why don't we do it now? And then we'll slide into wildfire when we reconvene at 12:30.
Okay, I'm just concerned that maybe others that come at 12:30 may be interested in this too. It just occurred to me. Sorry, Ken.
Okay, no worries. My preference, Harry, if you don't mind, is we stop here, we go to lunch, we come back at 12:30. I think it gives Mark a little bit of room to switch over from his other obligations.
I think that works. I mean, Steve can weigh in too, but sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. So, Steve, if you're good with it, I think we break for an hour. We come back at 12:30 and continue the workshop. Hearing nothing, I think that's how we will proceed. So we intend to resume at 12:30, and thank you everybody for the questions so far. Maybe just as a reminder to mute your mic as you go to lunch if you're not disconnecting.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, I'm just going to do a quick mic check. Mark, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, we will resume in just about 1 minute. Okay, I have us at 12:30. Steve, are you on the line? Not hearing Steve. I'm going to check in with a couple other people. Wendy, are you on the line? Okay, I don't hear Steve or Wendy, and I'll check in. Harry, are you on the
Hi,
line?
this is Wendy. Sorry.
Oh, okay, great, awesome. Thanks. I just want to make sure you're here. Tom Long, are you on the line? Okay, I think Wendy, it makes sense to give us about a minute or two more just to allow people to come back from lunch, and then we will start.
I agree. Thank you.
Hey, Ken, this is Steve here. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. I can't hear you. Yes.
Yeah,
All right.
for some reason, my mic was not working a minute ago when you were asking me, were you here? I don't know. I had to log out and log back on.
I certainly can relate to technical issues. Okay, so Steve, you're back. Wendy, you're here. I'm just going to ask really quickly. Harry, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can, yes. And then I will just pause one more time to see if Tom Long is on as well.
Yes, I am on. Thank you for asking.
Excellent. Okay, I think we should go ahead and start. We're past 12:30. Mr. Marks is on the line to talk about Rapid Earth Fault Current Limiter, which is on the screen, REFCL. After that, we will transition into the wildfire risk presentation where Marcus Guerra will continue from our July workshop. And then we will go from there after the wildfire presentation concludes. There's some additional, I think, conversation about the wildfire deficiencies conversation. That continues as well. And then I think, Tom, you wanted a moment to talk at the end of the meeting as well. So I think that's our schedule, and I will turn it over to Harry to talk about REFCL.
Okay, you want to go to the next slide? Okay, so a little background about REFCL, which Rapid Earth Fault Current Limiter. So it's a system that's been deployed down in Australia as a mitigation for wildfire emissions from a line-to-ground contact to the utility system. So just in kind of at a high level here, the way the system works, it's designed to limit the amount of current flowing in a line-to-ground type contact to somewhere in the neighborhood of less than half an amp. And that half an amp is kind of the limit where a Australian study identified that ignitions were highly probable above that level, but very low probability below that level. So that's kind of the importance of that half an amp. Based on just a small subset of circuits in our tier 2, tier 3 areas, We did some analysis, looked at the number of line-to-ground faults that have occurred over a period of from 2013 to 18. And out of that group of outages, if REPCL was in place, it could have mitigated 58% of the wildfire, the potential risk of wildfire ignition. So currently, Australian utilities, AusNet, Power Corps installing REPCL installations within their systems in the high fire risk areas. So, and we're in the process of doing the first installation here in Northern America at our Calistoga substation. Currently, the project has two components, the substation and the distribution component. So the substation work continues to progress. We've received all the major substation equipment now. The GFN, which is a ground fault neutralizer from Sweden, arrived here just last month. And then we're still waiting for what we call the capacitive balancing units to go out on the distribution line. We're optimistic that they'll show up mid-October, but again, we had some challenges getting this major material delivered because of shutdowns related to COVID-19 at their various factories. So right now, the schedule before last week was middle of November, but all the crews, because of the recent wildfires, and now we're starting the rebuild effort, all the crews have been pulled from this project and supporting the rebuild effort. So right now at this point, I don't have how that's going to impact the overall schedule, but we're still trying to get it by the end of the year. So with that, I'll take questions.
How long are you planning to study on this for this pilot?
I'm sorry, I was having trouble hearing you.
Oh, I was asking how long the pilot study is planned for.
So once we get the thing up and everything installed and up and running, we'll be doing a series of tests from probably January to March. And then we'll have a final report. We'll write that about between March and April. And so then we'll have our findings, our recommendations, and whether we'll move forward on installing this at more locations within our system.
Can you give an idea of how many of your circuits, circuit miles have the potential to use this technology?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. The technology can be used on 12 kV circuits where we've 12 and 17 kV circuits where the transformers are connected line to line. It will not work on the 21 kV systems where the transformers are connected line to neutral. But I don't have a total inventory, but we could certainly get that.
Hi, Harry. This is Chris Parks. You mentioned on this slide a reduction in risk of ignition by 58%. What are those numbers? What are those in the actual numbers that are part of that 58%?
So they looked at, I think it was 129 circuits, both in Tier 2, Tier 3, and they looked at all the line to ground ignitions. And they said 92% of those would be mitigated if REPCL was in place. And then that 58%, so the total number of faults for that period was 292. The total sum of the line to ground, which they felt REPCL could mitigate, was 169. So that's how they came up with a 58% reduction. Kind of simplistic, but just to get kind of a frame of reference where a better understanding of how many line to ground faults we have out of the total number of faults.
So this was an actual, was this a fault or an ignition, or what percentage of the faults were ignitions? Do you have that?
No, I don't have the percent that were actual ignitions, just the number of faults.
Okay, thank you.
Can I clarify on those numbers again? that you gave. So you said 129 circuits, those 12 kV tier 2, tier 3 circuits were studied. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you said there were 292 faults. Was that in the late 2014 to 2019 time period?
The time period was February 2013 to April 2018. So they studied all faults on those circuits for that period.
Was there a reason they didn't go through end of 2019, or was this study done earlier?
Yeah, the study was done back in 2018.
Okay. And then you said that there were 169 of the 292 were line to ground faults?
Yes, line to ground faults that we felt if REPCL was installed would pick up and initiate and mitigate a potential ignition.
Oh, so there were also some line to ground faults that beyond the 169, a few that you thought wouldn't be mitigated.
Correct.
Okay. It is pretty successful for the line to ground faults, specifically.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sorry, it does seem successful for the line to ground faults. 92% is pretty high, right? For the line to ground faults, the effectiveness.
Yes.
Okay, and then last question that I can think of right now was on my mind is, does someone have at least an approximate idea of how many of the 12 kV and 17 kV lines are out there? I know you said you could get the inventory later, but I'm just wondering, some sense, is it a small portion of your lines? Have you converted most of your lines to 21 kV and above? I mean, just, do you have anything to share?
I'll give you a high level estimate here, if you will. So I would say probably close to 75% of our circuitry in the tier 2, tier 3 is 12 kV.
Helpful, thank you.
Do you know how? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask quickly, how widely deployed in Australia is this, if you know?
You know, they've been at this for a few years, so I don't have any exact stats, but I think they were targeting to do about 3 to 4 installations a year, and I think they started around 2015. So,
okay,
still not a wide deployment of this yet. It is a bit of work to install one of these systems. There's a lot of components to it, both out in the sub and in the distribution system.
Okay, thanks.
I actually, Eric, if you follow up in an email, I can get you the contact that will get you that information.
Okay, thanks, Wendy.
Carrie, in the so a 58% potentially reduce the risk of ignitions, so 42% where it wouldn't. Are there predominant reasons why it would not reduce the ignitions? Are there characteristics that you could say were predominant why they would not reduce the ignitions in those cases for some reason?
Yeah, so the REPCL technology only works when you have a fault that is some sort of line to ground connection. So a wire on the ground, a tree leaning into the lines, or faults that are like 3-phase with no ground, or line to line, no ground. REPCL technology does not pick up for that type of event.
And for those different kinds of events that are part of that 42%, is there a predominant one? You mentioned several. Is there a common one that is why it does that you have in your system, which is why it would not get picked up?
You know, the most common are a tree branch laying across two phases. It falls out of the tree, lands into the line, things like eucalyptus bark. Another is a big one. You can also get avian contacts where a bird with a large wingspan can get across two phases. Those are some examples of line-to-line and three-phase type faults.
Thank you.
Harry, this is.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I was just going to ask, so your study is planned pretty soon to get your results, I mean, within the next, I don't know, 6 months or whatever. So what is the plan after that I mean, is there any planning yet after that with these high mitigation effectiveness numbers, what is PG&E planning to do to kind of ramp this up as long as your pilot studies come out to support your initial assessment of the effectiveness?
Yeah, so I'm pretty optimistic about this technology. So we are doing the planning for the next 10 sites. So we are doing some preliminary engineering as we speak. And we'll probably have the first package ready for the next sub. Hopefully it'll be ready by the end of this year, ready to go into detailed design and construction.
And are you targeting high-risk circuits in high fire areas?
Yeah, so we'll use the similar approach that we've used for our system hardening as far as the fire risk, the various characteristics as far as the areas that have likelihood of burning and expanding. So basically the same model that we've used in other locations to study our system.
Harry, this is Tom from Turn. Do you have an idea of a rough estimate of the cost per mile or some other indicator of cost as compared to other mitigations like covered conductor or vegetation management?
You know, I haven't gone to that level yet. We still haven't finalized, finished this project and have what the final costs are. Kind of ballpark, the first installation here is probably going to run around 12 million. But that's a pilot project, so we would hope in future projects we'd be able to bring those costs down. But 12 is probably a decent number to start with. And if you look at the Calistoga circuits, that was roughly, I think, 160 miles total.
Okay, so for $12 million, you're addressing 160 miles of circuitry.
Yeah, one thing to note about that, the technology it's not linear in that way that you could have a circuitry that's 200 miles and it still costs, 12 million for the same.
I see. You're saying it would be the same for the entire circuit.
Same cost, but we get more mileage.
Yeah. Okay.
That's because you're installing things at the substation, correct? And it doesn't really depend on how long the circuit is.
Yeah, the majority of the costs are at your substation and your sectionalizing and your communication system. Those are the big cost drivers of the project.
This is Chris. Just two questions. One is on that 42%. Is that because you're talking about 100% would be all faults, 58% are line to ground faults. That's why it's 58%. Do I have that right?
Yeah, so the line to ground faults represent 58% and the 42% is all other faults.
Got it. And then in follow-up to the other questions, in terms of cost, has PG&E done an analysis to kind of get a handle or a sense of how this mitigation cost for such a technology compares to others like covered conductor vegetation management stuff. I think I think you didn't have the data, but I'm just wondering, is PG&E planning to do that, or are they doing that in concert? I was trying to get a sense of, is your early sense that this is an effective program? Would it be a program that PG&E would consider expediting in order to get implemented maybe in a quicker time frame than, for example, covered conductor?
Yeah, we're just starting those conversations about where this fits in with all the other mitigations. So I don't have a lot of detail at this point, but my primary focus is just get this thing online.
Yeah, I want to follow up with that. I'm not sure, Harry, you're the person that asked him. I'm going to just kind of ask it to PG&E in general. Do you think that, sorry, I have background noise. Just one second. Sorry. So I wanted to ask if with the study to be complete by April, hopefully, are you guys planning to address this in your GRC filing? And if the study results do support this 92% effectiveness for line to ground faults, and line to ground faults are a majority of the faults for these lines, and these lines, the 12 kV lines are a majority of the circuits in the high fire areas. I mean, I just want to ask, is PG&E planning to update that and include this, an expedited program in the GRC filing?
Hey, Harry, this is Mark. Can you guys hear me? I'll take that. Just making sure a mic check that folks can hear me.
We can hear you, Mark.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark. Thanks.
All right, yeah. So to answer your question, Wendy, we want to get results on this. We are doing our scenario review to understand how this technology would modify, our plans for system hardening. I think you heard Harry speak to it. We're very, we really would love to see this be the technology. There's still a lot of work that we have to do, not only from an implementation perspective, but when you look at our filing, we are laying down kind of like the framework on how to do that. As Harry mentioned, when you look at the slides, it's not 100% effective for everything. It's very effective, pretty strongly effective for single line to ground faults, but doesn't take care of all of our risk. And we're laying down the groundwork when you look at our risk mitigations, how, we're really trying to come up with different approaches for system hardening, like not a one size fits all, because the intent here is that you look at a circuit, you won't need all those, potentially you may not need all the different components of system hardening, but you may need maybe specific components to move a little quicker coupled with the system. Our early assessments when we were conceiving this pilot idea was what we're talking about now. Now we really want to get some good numbers to understand, and if the pilot does produce some results, we definitely, and we think if we think that it'll make really good gains and it brings a really good risk spend efficiency, you bet you we're going to look at that really closely. Right now, we're signaling that we're going to be looking at that. I can't go out and commit to saying that we're going to do that until we get some of the numbers, until we do some of this additional groundwork, because we don't even have the first system installed. A lot of this here is, just from our assessment on kind of the modeling that we've done. And really, these things, you really need to put them in place to understand how quickly can we do this, as well as all the questions tied to how do we integrate this with our system hardening, right? But I think directionally, that's the approach that we're taking. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Harry? Okay, I think we will move on. I will speak to the IT host at the moment. We are going to go down a number of slides. It's going to be a significant jump here since the full wildfire deck is included. So if you can move past this section and get us into the wildfire portion, I think in the bottom right, we'll be starting somewhere around slide 45. Just checking in. Can the IT host hear me? I see the cursor moving. Fantastic. Okay, so I think we're going to go down a number of slides here. We're going to go past the appendix. It's going to be, yeah, keep going. We're going to get into the wildfire presentation, and then I think you would want to look into the bottom right of the slide and go to slide 45. And while you do that, Mark, maybe I'll tee up a question that occurred yesterday and that we should respond to. There was a question of the gas team about why gas assets or rupture with ignition was not included in the wildfire bow tie. That was, I think, something we committed to answering here today. And maybe as we continue to scroll down, that's something we can address now.
Okay, no, thank you for the question, Ken. So PG&E did consider including gas assets into the wildfire risk analysis while we were completing our enterprise risk register in 2019. In the end, we elected to only include electric assets for two reasons. One was the lack of data related to gas ignitions causing wildfires. And then two, the desire to keep the focus on the electric assets and corresponding mitigations. But I think right now, if we're hearing that there's interest in that, if the commission and the parties feel that we should expand that scope of this risk, we're open to working with the stakeholders and the commission to identify, the appropriate data and parameters and framework for that. So hopefully that answers the question there, and we're definitely open to working with parties on it.
I appreciate the answer. I think that we don't have an answer right now, but definitely understand that wildfire from electric assets is definitely top priority right now. So, but that's all I can say right now.
Okay. All right. So maybe while we're working through slides, I think I'll just start off here. I want to just greet everyone and say good afternoon and thank you for allowing PG&E, myself, to come back a second time around. I think folks remember who I am. My name is Mark Cascara. For folks that weren't there for the first meeting, I'm PG&E Senior Director of our Electric Asset Strategy in our Electric Operations Organization. And as we mentioned in our July 30th workshop, I oversee our electric asset family owners that are responsible for our electric transmission, distribution, and substation assets, which also includes the development of their respective asset management plans. And I am also the risk owner for wildfire. I think for this objective that we have here is to continue our walkthrough of the wildfire risk and mitigations that we have, going into the 2023 GRC. I believe we covered a lot of the material on the July 30th, and our plan, that what I had left on the agenda was to cover the remaining topics of the maintenance inspections and PSPS. And as I had in the previous meeting, and I think you heard one of them earlier, today with me, I have like a team of my subject matter expert representatives across PG&E to provide any additional insights into the details of the various programs that I walk through and any questions you may have. You got a chance to hear Harry Marks, so he's our manager that leads some of our technology deployments, and he talked about REFCL. So what we'd like to do is kind of pick up where we left off at, and also kind of tying back in with, I know you heard one of the directors that works in my organization, Jeff Borders, talk about distribution overhead. You heard Harry talk about REFCL. I think what we'd like to do is move over to jump into our maintenance and inspection portion, which I believe it's on slide 45. We can start that discussion. If we can move the slide to that section.
Yeah. So I think in the bottom right, you should see the number. So we have a ways to go.
And so while we're moving in there, basically that slide will be, kind of teeing up on our wildfire control programs. And so as we go there, that'll be the title of the slide, Wildfire Control Programs, I believe on slide 45. And as we're talking through, we have 17 such control programs identified in our ramp filing. And you'll see them in a moment once we cast them onto the screen. we plan to continue to implement the controls that are listed, on that slide, and they're also in the filing as well. We'll continue to evaluate the programs, incorporating lessons learned, and if needed, adjust scope and the cadence of these programs as we get more results. One of the things that we do have, significant changes is in a few of the controls, which I want to cover. I'm just waiting to see if, are we able to pull up the slide? I'm not sure if it's my internet connection or not, but is the slide showing? I can't see it myself.
Not. I think we're still waiting for it to advance or actually come back onto the screen, Mark.
Okay, I'll hold off. Let's go one more slide. And can we expand that into a larger frame? Excellent. Okay. As we mentioned, these are the 17 programs. We're going to continue to evaluate, but we're moving towards implementing these controls and continue to execute. The areas that I want to cover, which I believe are pretty foundational with what we're doing here, is we'll highlight the patrols and inspections, because that really sets, which is what you see on the top line, that really sets the stage for a lot of what I was mentioning that drives our asset management and what we're doing. And so what I'd like to do, if we go to the next slide, I'll provide an overview of the inspections and our evolution that we have there. And so what you'll see here is really our journey that we've had in our inspections process. And what you'll see here on the slide, there's really like three kind of columns here that talk about our journey. And what we have here is kind of pre our wildfire safety inspection program. And that's the first column here on the left. Our inspections there were largely date driven, prior to 2018 and prior. It was really focused on just reliability and compliance, and it was date driven. So we had certain time frames that we were really, going back to look at from a date perspective, and we really leveraged more of our qualified electrical workers, which you'll see is the QEWs. Mainly their kind of criteria is really leveraging kind of their subject matter expertise, right? And the other thing is when we did these inspections, we were doing it more from what they're calling an aggregated to plat map level. So it was what's in the map and, kind of what's the time duration, when's the last time we've inspected those assets. Something that you'll see here is that, from an inspection, like our asset field condition will remain consistent between the 5-year inspection cycle. And what we've done is, in that time, our patrols, they were used to detect any actual or imminent failures, things that you could see without a detailed eye, just kind of from a quick patrol. So that was our view in 2018. And then what we moved to in 2019 is really, we developed the wildfire safety inspection program, which was really focused on, really trying to identify that wildfire risk. And what that really, focused on was really taking a more detailed and objective inspection criteria on each of our assets in a high fire threat area. And hence, you'll see the acronym FMEA, where we performed a failure modes and effects analysis review for our assets. And this is where we brought in a lot of our subject matter experts to look at the asset. And we even brought in external parties to kind of help us go through what are the common ways, or what are the ways, how many ways can this asset fail and create ignition. So it was no longer looking at just the reliability and compliance timeframe, really trying to understand what are those failure modes that we need to be worried about from an ignition perspective, and really making that part of what we go out and look for with a more detailed eye. So we've done these visual enhanced inspections in our overhead areas in our tiers 2, tier 3. And then in our non-high fire threat, we continued with our traditional GO 165, inspections that are related, very similar to what you see in the previous column. What we've done there is, we've identified, number of tags as a result of that really detailed view, really trying to identify items in there, still using kind of our criteria of how we categorize those tags based off of a GEO 165. And so we provided more guidance on that, on how we're reviewing. And so we got a plan set up to really, once those tags are identified, how do you prioritize those tags from a level of risk of ignition, looking at the areas, and really dealing with the clear and imminent kind of tags, findings initially, and then really prioritizing the balance of those tags that are further out in time, to be dealt with at that time frame. And that allowed us to come up with plans to develop a more holistic system hardening plan, really focusing on areas where we see a volume of tag that's maybe going to have, maybe the risk is a little further out into the future. So it gives us time to prepare a more holistic system hardening plan. So we've done this for all the high fire threat areas. So that was in 2019. Learned a lot about our assets, learned a lot about what we should be looking for, gathered that input into the cycle for 2020. And on our journey to be more risk informed and data driven, so we expanded, our WC inspection to look at, not only the wildfire risk, but, continue to look for what are the safety risks and where are the reliability risks. So we continued our journey on more detailed objective inspections. We've developed, electronic tools for our inspectors to go out there and really collect the information, so it's all consolidated in an app that we can take back to our centralized review teams. And then we broaden our risk consideration to beyond wildfire, as I mentioned. So we're also looking at this from the condition assessment of the tags that we've identified. And so it gets into the point, like, do we do the repair now to fix the issue, or can it wait to be bundled into a more larger system hardening program? So that gets into the replace perspective. And then we're looking at different detection technologies to try to understand, are there other threats that we're not able to see? I think you've heard we've leveraged drones. We've to kind of try to capture in that. We're leveraging IR, infrared inspections, to really try to identify where we think those risks are. And then with that, what we're doing is, in prior years where we were only recording information when there was a problem, we're now recording information to let us know the condition of the asset, even if there isn't a problem, which all this information is being used to inform our asset management. We're building our model about all our assets, about, what are the risks on those assets, what's on those assets, when's the last time it's inspected, what's the current condition of it, so that we're able to start to build out what we think is our health score and kind of a risk profile for each of our circuits. And so we're continuing on this journey. It's definitely something that's shaping our asset management well. We're using field information to inform the modeling of the future. And then with that, we're able to, come up with models to predict and inform how we think our assets are going to behave over time. I'll pause here. I do have a few of my subject matter experts here on the line to answer any questions, but I want to pause here because this is really a big foundational part of what we're doing here to really as one of our controls.
Did you get an off-the-shelf tool for collecting the asset management data?
Yeah, good question here. I think I have John Birch on the line. Do you want to address that?
Hey, Mark. Hey, Wendy. How's it going? So we actually built this in-house, Wendy. So we have an IT department that we call Digital Catalyst, and what they've done is create a pretty robust system that takes data from SAP, transports it all the way out to our mobile devices using the platform they built, and pulls it all the way back into SAP when they're finished.
I'm sorry, just one follow-up. What was the reason you decided not to use an off-the-shelf asset management tool?
So the way I understand this is that in order to make sure that all the sort of mobile credentials will work so that we have valid LAN IDs and things like that to confirm that that the data can be sort of exchanged from our mainframe and the mobile devices. There's this like mobile iron platform. There's a lot going on there to make sure that that everything will be compatible with PG&E systems. The very small layer at the very top where folks are inputting data to the inspection platform. That was just something very quick and easy to build, to be honest with you, for the IT team. And it's a small, like I said, it's a small portion of the overall architecture that helps keep all the data interconnected with our GIS system.
Yeah, and Wendy, we also have, and JB, maybe if we have a chance, we have our director of our system inspections that executes on that, Mary Hispendahl. If she's available to speak, I'd like to also give her the floor if you have any comments you want to add, Mary.
Sure. So for 2019 WSIP, we used a third-party platform called Pronto Forms. We had that already deployed in parts of our enterprise and gas in particular. And as JB Birch mentioned, we were looking to find something that we could rapidly execute with, and that would already have some interface with our corporate enterprise systems. We have largely pivoted away in electric inspections from that Pronto Forms interface, and now we are working off of another enterprise-enabled mobile platform, Engage, Inspect. It's part of a long-term investment in enterprise workforce mobility products. And so that has been developed, and we launched our 2020 inspections on the Inspect app. And that means that our inspection results, photos, findings are all embedded within our system of record for SAP.
I am curious, is this system tied to the poll program that you've used? JB used to work on poll asset management.
I still work on that. It is tied in a way that the inspections are logged against our in SAP against something called the equipment ID, and the poll loading database platform that I worked on also has that same record. So there's an interconnection within our network between the platforms.
This is Tom from Turn. Was someone else speaking? My turn?
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, thanks. So the campfire was caused by a worn C hook. A small component of a network asset. What is PG&E doing to, or has it done to improve the granularity of its records so that it knows the condition of its assets down to that very granular level where the failure of a relatively small component can cause a catastrophe?
Right. I'll take that, Mary and JB, and maybe Mary, you can jump in after I'll start off on that. So Tom, no, thank you for the question on that one there. And so a couple things, right? One, we're learning from our inspections to really understand. We're getting information from it while building our model. The other item here that we're doing, and this is also part of the work that we're doing as part of our probation conditions. We're building out what are all the critical components on our transmission facilities, and really the ask or the order that we received was provide that listing of all the critical components, and we believe that we have a really good start at that with the work we've done from our failure modes and effects analysis, looking at all those ignitions, looking at all those equipment, and we have our history of what equipments have failed. So that's informing our failure modes and our critical components there. The other thing that we're doing as part of that is we're also working to collect the age, because part of the order that we received was to not only identify all those components, provide the age, build it into our system of record. One thing that I will say, though, is that although age is a component, a consideration in the condition, it's not the only factor. I think that's something that we've been communicating, but really having that information from, what are the critical components, having all that mapped, and we've got, and as part of our order, we've got an agreement, we've got an order to not only maintain that list, but also maintain the age. And as part of that order is, how are we taking this information to inform our asset management, our asset maintenance cycles, and which is kind of like the next slide. We don't have to go there just yet on what we're working on. And so that's something that's in flight. To speak to the CPUC item, we've had a special focused interest on looking at also on how we're looking at CPUCs. And we're using different types of analysis to understand what were some of the kind of where we're finding the wear on those areas there. And then really, once you get to a certain percentage, and Mary, I think I'm jumping into more of your area on the inspections, and you can speak to it, identifying that through our inspections, once it gets to a certain percentage of wear, really triggering what I was getting into, the identification of tags, where we would have those tags, and if it was tagged that was specific on CPUCs, dealt with. I'm going to pause there. I'm going to, Mary, I want to make sure, I know you're leading a lot of that, so can you kind of speak to that on CPUCs?
Sure. So, Tom, just to your specific question on CPUCs on transmission, the inspections program for transmission has been refined from pre-WSIP to the current process and protocols, which include a ground-based assessment as well as some type of a loft or aerial assessment. So that may be done through helicopter with high-powered, high-resolution cameras, or drones taking different photographs of the facilities. So we have both ground-based photographs and assessment, as well as a loft-based assessment and photographs. And what is collected during the inspections is guided directly from the asset risk management team as they refine cycle over cycle the failure modes, the types of components, et cetera. Likewise, our criteria for corrective work and the urgency or prioritization of that corrective work is also flowing from the revised risk models and asset assessment. So as Mark mentioned in the order to PG&E for transmission, it does include directive for us to accelerate the replacement of cold-in hardware, which includes CPUCs and hanger plates for assets in high fire threat districts, and to a 90-day replacement window. So that really is exceeding the engineering thresholds and putting those in a priority. So we are collecting the data, we're reviewing the data with this criteria, or will be, and we'll be taking action aligned with that guidance. So as we continue to march through the system, and including non-high fire threat areas, and collect this additional digital records and photography, it will continue to inform our knowledge of the specific conditions, as well as the specific subcomponents, as you called out.
And just to follow up on that, as you learn more about the conditions of the assets and the components of your network, how does that affect your analysis for this case and for the GRC? That is the risk assessment analysis that you use to develop your risk scores and your need and your assessment of needs for mitigations.
Yeah, so that will, as we get more information, we're learning more and more as we get more detailed information from our inspections, our patrols, whenever we have failures. So we're really taking an approach that we're using every bit of information to inform what we believe the condition of the asset is, and then using trending to predict where do we think the failures are going to be. And that is really driving, like, our prioritization. We're looking at our assets. We're trying to risk rank our assets. Looking at each from a line or a circuit protection zone, and our focus, a lot of it is in kind of the high fire threat areas, and really looking at that to see, are there any assets in there that we need to adjust the prioritization and the work plan. So I think that's one. And the big part here, what I want to make sure is clear, is that we're really building and expanding our asset inventory knowledge. Specific on C-hooks, the C-hooks were not tracked separately. That wasn't an item that, and I'm pretty sure most utilities are not tracking down to that component level. Usually those C-hooks are really tracked with the structure type, right? And you may have a certain structure type, it may have C-hooks, it may not, and so we're now, looking at that. We're getting we got our arms around what we believe the inventory is on that. And I think what Mary mentioned is that informs kind of when they go out to do the patrol, and not the patrols, more so the patrols too, but the inspections, they're looking for those cold end hardware type of components and really trying to assess what those are. And so we're building our knowledge database. We have a commitment to build that out, and for the high fire threat areas, in addition to not just C-hooks, there's other components on there that, based on what we're seeing, are probably could be considered even more risky. So really having that good component list in there, and it's going to inform. It's going to inform how we go out and do inspections, what we look for, and definitely as we get more data and more analysis on where we think the risks are and what we think is coming next, it's going to inform how we year over year how we approach what our investments are going to be.
So I think you're saying you've already significantly increased what you call your knowledge base for your assets, and learned about which assets are riskier than others, which is obviously very important. And you're learning that I'm sure that there's quite a range of condition in your assets. Some you feel pose much less risk compared to others. Is there any reason why that could not inform more granular tranching of your assets for purposes of the wildfire risk?
I think it's something we're still learning. I would say we're never done learning about our assets. I think one of the tenets that we have is not to get complacent, and that's some of the new kind of like thinking here is like, you think you know your assets, let's continue to, let's keep an open mind and try to understand, how the threats may evolve. And so I think definitely we open up, advice and others if there's more ways to consider how we want to tranche our programs. I think we're still learning. I think what we've come up with, we felt, from what we've put together, we believe it's a good start. Do we think it's going to evolve on how we tranche our assets based on what we showed? I think we will. I think definitely getting feedback and input, we're really evolving and learning as we go. So I think it's more of an open invitation to really get support from the stakeholders, but we're going to continue to iterate and evolve as we learn and introduce that into how we tranche. But really, we're not opposed to it. We definitely want to get more input, and we don't feel like we're ever satisfied that we know our assets 100%. We want to have that mentality that we don't know where the next risk is. Here's what we know. Continue to scan the environment so that we want to prevent some of those high consequence, low likelihood events, and those are the tail events that we're really trying to learn more about. So anyway, I'm not sure if I'm giving you what you're looking for, Tom, but being real transparent about it.
Tom, do you mind if I follow up on that train of?
Yeah, I was gonna stop there. Thank you, Wendy.
So you mentioned that you prioritize and that you basically you're getting more detailed information from your inspection patrols, and that you're using trending to prioritize and basically do some kind of risk ranking of your assets. either by line or circuit protection zone. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
So can you kind of elaborate about using circuit protection zones as a way to rank your assets?
Okay. Maybe it would be good if we flip to the next slide. I think I could probably talk through it as we go into, because I think this gets into inspections is really one, we collect information about our assets. Two, we get the conditional state, and then part of that information we can use it for our own internal understanding to help improve how we manage our assets from a maintenance program. And so maybe what we'll do is I'll talk through this and we'll get to that question there. So what we have here is we showed you our slide for inspections, and really it's one of the controls that we have. Patrol inspections and control, but really it feeds our overall maintenance program. And when I say maintenance, it really encompasses all these components that you're seeing here on the screen. Maintenance just isn't that corrective action strategy or monitoring. It really encompasses the patrols, the repairs, the inspections. And so sorry, let me get some water here. Okay, so with this amount of information that we're getting from inspections, we're using that information to better inform our maintenance programs here, which were listed also in the previous slide. This information helps us better prioritize our maintenance activities from a wildfire risk perspective. And then from that, it gets into your question about how do you target that risk, right? So this will help us target that risk. And having this thorough inspection and patrols program is utilized across all aspects of it, from preventive maintenance to targeting testing to when we feel like, okay, we want to, the inspections are telling us we better want to monitor this to the point where we need to take corrective actions. And so what we've done with this information, getting into that further level, and as part of when we launched WSIP, as we were getting more maintenance tags to identify, we really wanted to take a closer look at our assets. And let's just talk about the distribution lines. Our distribution lines could be pretty lengthy in there. And so we really wanted to understand, we were able to have a view where all our tags were landing on any particular line in the high fire threat areas. And the way we were looking at that is we were breaking up our circuits by protection zone. One of the things that we did there is looking at that information, we developed a relative risk ranking, right? We were still evolving on coming up with a quantitative risk score to be able to tell you what the level of risk is. In 2019, we were working towards getting there so it was more of a relative kind of risk ranking amongst each of the tags that we found, layered onto our circuits, and then the circuits could be rather long. So then we thought way we looked at it is a nice way to kind of break out the work is by protection zone. It was another level of granularity to look at the circuits. And so what we've done with that is we've risk ranked our relative risk ranked our circuits. And looking at those circuits, we're able to break it out by protection zone. And so that's how we approached a lot of our activities when we bundled in our work, the high volumes of work. We take a closer look at where was there a high volume of tags. If those tags had more of a longer lead time before we felt the risk was going to really materialize into something that needed to be dealt with, that's how we packaged in a lot of our system hardening projects that we've talked about earlier. And we've done it at a protection zone level. So it added that level of granularity there. So I'll pause there. Wendy, I don't know if I answered your question, but I wanted to give you the entire spectrum of how we got to that point before we dove right in. Is that?
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Can you kind of give some examples? So if you said the distribution lines can be very lengthy. So can you give some examples of the length of the lines and how many protection zones you might have?
So there's some circuits. So one of the things here that we built our system out and was really being mindful about really getting the speed of interconnection. And we were also mindful of really, being cost effective in those times. And so we have our circuits, our distribution circuits are generally longer than our counterparts to the south. And so in a lot of ways, it served us well on being able to provide speedy interconnection service and really minimizing additional substation costs, but it's lengthened our circuits. And as a result, we have some circuits, and I can't remember the name. I believe we have one that's, close to 100 miles just on a single circuit. Within there, we'll have protection devices like reclosers that'll be like somewhere on the middle point of that line. And that was kind of what we were defining as a protection zone. One protection zone would be from the substation line breaker at the feeder all the way to the next protection zone, which would be a recloser. Those could, depending on the location, those could be a few miles, those could be a short distance. And off of that, you have radial taps that have fuses or other protection devices that serves another protection zone down to kind of like the radial customers there. So they could vary in length, but I wanted to give you some context on what it is depending on how long length the circuit is. But when we say protection zone, what was kind of the defining element? You have your breaker, maybe a line recloser, and then it goes on to the end of the line, and then you have your field taps, which have different protection there as well. I'll turn over to if the team has anything to add in, if JB or others on the line, or Harry, if you want to add in on that.
Mark and Wendy, I was looking at an example. I just was pulling up a spreadsheet while Mark was talking at the higher level there. So as an example, there's I'm looking at like NEBOOK 1701 is the name of one of our circuits. It's about 78 miles long. And we have that broken into, on the file I'm looking at, it looks like 8 different protection zones. And Mark described it perfectly. It could be circuit breaker to like a recloser, or between a couple of reclosers, basically devices that can isolate electrically isolate the line. Thinking also kind of about like PSPS and where there's impact there, if that makes sense.
Right, and so we expect that we're working towards adding more sectionalizing on our grid, T and D, and so I think we would expect to see potentially adding to more of the protection zones as well. But some of those sectionalizing devices don't protect. They get more of a signal to open up. So just kind of also wanted to put that out there. All right, Wendy, did I kind of cover your question here on maintenance?
Yeah. I think in the past, I don't know if you remember, but I was talking about perhaps line sections or line segments. But it sounds like perhaps protection zones are really more appropriate way to think about it. Can you kind of speak to that too?
Yeah, we think because we can get there becomes like a limit of how granular you go before you actually lose the relationship of what you're trying to get out of it. Obviously, a distribution feeder may be too long in itself by itself. We've kind of found that going to a protection zone really helps out, because that's where we actually design a lot of our components, right? Each protection zone ends up kind of becoming like its own circuit, right? It's protecting downstream a certain way. It's guarding against it. There's a certain level of load that's on there. It runs through. There's been some thought about what type of reliability risk that may drive this, and there's been some segmentation in there to kind of account for it. So we think that's a good kind of medium point to when we start thinking about our system hardening projects, and that's how we've approached it. Again, we were talking about risk. The risk kind of analysis we did on that was a relative risk view, right? It wasn't an absolute risk calculation. That's something we're still working towards. And so that's, when you hear that the information about, I think there was in there, we want to make sure it's clear, 95% of the wildfire risk is in 20% of the lines. That's really 95% of the relative risk is in 20% of those lines. When we look at our stack our distribution lines in the high fire threat area, using that relative risk ranking, that's kind of what we have. And we're working towards getting absolute risk numbers to supplement that. I hope that makes sense. I know I introduced this at the other meeting, And I think Eric, you're like, I think I understand. It doesn't sound clear. I'm hoping, I know we're having this conversation on this item another time. I'm hoping that's making better sense there.
I mean, it's not to me, but we can talk. Maybe we can talk another time about that because I'm interested in what you're saying.
Darn it, I failed again.
Okay.
All right.
Well, and Mark, what I'm curious about is what is the missing data that makes it difficult to do the absolute risk? I mean, you obviously have some data to do the relative risk. So what's the missing data?
Yeah, I'm going to turn to Benson. He could better articulate than me. Benson?
Yeah, so I mean, what was described is all this information collected about the probability of failure based on assets and circuit protection zones. One thing that we really want to look to refine is the consequence of a risk event in line with the multi-attribute value function, and we're trying to integrate the fire spread modeling that would be most reflective of kind of pixel level consequences. So that's still, we're still in kind of the early stages of development. We have something that we're trying to put together in kind of call it Q3. But once that's available, call it next year, early next year, that will allow us to have more of an absolute risk in line with the multi-attribute function that considers both safety, reliability, financial, all of them together into an overall risk score that's less of a relative ranking.
And I just add on to for Wendy. I think when we indicate that we'd be able to measure absolute risk, I think that also gives a sense of understanding how a risk of a particular program or part of our system may compare to any other part of our system or any other program, right? So relative keeps us within, like wildfire keeps us within, electric circuitry, that kind of stuff. Once we start getting into the absolute sense, it means that we've got the ability to compare it against anything else too.
This is Tom.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble understanding what it is about the consequence side of the equation that is making it difficult to calculate absolute risk scores.
Well, when we first, yeah, I think we've introduced the idea of trying to incorporate some of the techno-silver data, which is still in the early stages. One thing that when we first introduced that risk prioritization is we were using some consequence data, but it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't absolute at the time, and it was more of a ranking. And now that we're having a better understanding of how to look at consequence of risk events at a more granular level geospatially, we just have to work through the kinks there to apply it appropriately. I don't have a good answer for you other than the first time we did it, it was done very quickly, and this time we're just trying to have a more comprehensive look to make sure that it's represented properly.
Tom, any follow-ups on that?
No, nothing I can follow up on.
Okay.
I did want to ask quickly. I recall from the last GRC that the WSIP program, that there was a lot going on. There were like thousands of tags, and you guys were working through repairing a lot of infrastructure. And so I was just curious about where that effort is now, and how and if that effort affects the wildfire modeling, the ramp modeling.
Yeah, so I'll start off, and then I'll let my team kind of jump in here. So we are, we've got an identification of where the tags are. We're also in the middle of inspecting. We have our plan is to complete inspections of our Tier 3 area, 100% of Tier 3. This will be the second year in a row that we have inspected Tier 3 from a detailed perspective. And so, we're expecting that we'll get really a good feel for that area. We're looking at a good size of our Tier 2, and we're getting more data on that. And the tags that are on a short duration that are like imminent, like failure type of items, we create what we call kind of an emergency tag, and we deal with those. And then the next layer is the next layer after the emergency would be like an increased risk. Those have a little bit longer of a lead time, not much. I want to say it's a couple of weeks or a month. Mary's online, she can correct me. We're dealing with those. Where we have a higher volume is the tags that are later in time, that we've inspected and said this has some level of risk, that it's not something that's going to occur maybe in this next season, but it's something that we're going to see, within the next, we should monitor within the next 6 months or more. And so if I go back, our emergency tags are like really emergency, like we see those, we deal with those as soon as possible. Our moderate tags, which we're calling our B tags, those are like around, I think, a 90-day turnaround. And for those A tags, if the mitigation is something that takes an extensive amount of time, we'll do work to make the situation safe. So it might be more of a temporary kind of repair work, so that gives us time to restore service and come back within 90 days or so to address. So the Alpha and Bravo tags, the emergency and the kind of the moderate tags, we've got a handle on that. What we have is kind of those ones that are more later in time, that are more 6 months to a year. We've identified a lot more of those, and so we're managing that ideally, because we believe when you look at all those tags holistically, you can come up with a more cost-effective, robust plan by bundling those tags. So we've developed our system hardening plan. Those tags that we're not able to get to, that fall into this like less moderate risk, but we have a timeline of reviewing it within 6 months to a year. We're going back out there in the annual patrols. That's one way we're seeing that. We're also doing a targeted view on those open tags, what we're calling a field safety reassessment. And so at that point, the team, I think Mary's on the line, she could speak to it, to the extent that any of those tags have degraded, that it's become an emergency, we'll deal with it there. Those that are not, we'll continue to give it a monitor kind of review, and continue to work on moving forward with our system hardening plan. I'll pause there. Mary, did you want to cover anything?
Sure. I'll say the time-dependent open corrective notification, so things that could degrade over time. If something is leaning or wearing or rotting or so forth, that we are completing the field safety reassessments on. The way we explain it to my internal teams is this is an opportunity to validate the risk models, because the risk models have already looked at this location, this corrective tag type, the environment, and other information to say that it is lower risk priority in our work plan, right? So we think of this as an opportunity to get those qualified eyes back out to confirm that something hasn't changed in the environment, and that the models are appropriately prioritizing. And as Mark said, if based on that real-time determination, it meets the criteria and the threshold for the Bravo or Alpha tags, then it is updated in our system of record and scheduled appropriately. And as Mark said, Alpha and Bravo tags are still being executed to their basic finish date, while allowing Echo and Foxtrot tags to be assessed by the Asset Strategy Department and Risk Management team for bundling, hardening, and other programmatic approaches.
Eric, did that, any follow-ups on that,
I
Eric?
think so. I think you're saying you've worked through pretty much all of the highest priority stuff, and some of the lower priority stuff is still out there. I mean, I guess just a theoretical question, and tell me if you think of it differently, but it seems like since the WSIP program was so large and really looked at the whole high threat fire district, where you guys have repaired a lot of equipment out there, it seems like in terms of prioritizing system hardening, is it really that you're looking more at like what is the consequence of failure for prioritization versus the likelihood, just because you've already done so much repair on the actual assets, or do you guys think of it differently?
Consequence, we again, our views for how we kind of assess consequence, we look at that as a way, at least on our distribution side, on how we design the system hardening. An example of that would be, if is this an area that we think it's a much a better situation to go underground, than our overhead hardening plan, because if there was a set of fires, you'd have poles blocking major roadways for people to evacuate, right? So that would be like an example of like how we would use some of the consequence data when we inform our system hardening. I would say, like on other aspects here, the consequential view on that may inform maybe even some of the things that we look at in the next topic on as we get into PSPS. But we really, I'd say a lot of it, we look at both. But if we have an asset that's really degraded and the likelihood of failure is high, our plan would be to repair it or replace it, right? We really want to deal with that right away. The consequential aspect of it, if all things being equal with multiple assets that are in the same state, we would look to try to prioritize, hey, let's deal with the asset that has the highest consequential impact to the public, if all things being equal, in terms of the risk. So
Right.
It's something that we consider in there. Definitely we consider it on the type of system hardening.
Right. Okay.
All right. More questions here. I mean, we got the maintenance program here. Again, what I really want to stress, it started out with the different controls that we had in a few slides above. And really what was really important is, the work that we were doing for inspections. And as we mentioned, inspections itself, and I think I mentioned this before, it's really indicating, it's giving you, it's informing where we need to target, it's giving information, and really, the kind of the repair, the replace, that's when you actually start moving risk off the table by actually getting those assets, dealt with in that fashion. But this whole spectrum here is all needed. We're going to need to do testing. We're going to go out and test. There's going to be different tests on our facilities. There'll be pole test and treat and other monitoring. And using this information, we're trying to create also more improved modeling, right? So that to kind of validate the work that we have. One of the items that we're doing is like taking information from a pole loading assessment perspective, being able to model all that out in tier 2, tier 3, so we have a good view of what our structure's strength is, and use that to kind of compare with what the inspections are finding, right? They have an objective eye to it, but now you have this qualitative approach, and we're building out our model on the distribution side to have this more data-driven approach to see, to help us inform our prioritization. Anyway, I've said quite a bit in this area. The last part we've talked about the monitoring is the corrective action strategy, and that gets into, not only the preventive maintenance, but like the repair, the replace, as well as the extent of condition. If we see something that looks, we're having common failures or we're finding the same things in the same areas, in addition to dealing with the threat right there and then, we're building our team to have more of an extent of condition failure analysis focus to understand, do we have more systematic trends that we need to cover. Anyway, I'll stop there because I know we got another topic to cover. All right, any other questions on the maintenance and the controls that we covered?
Yes, this is Chris. Do you mind going back one slide, please?
Sure.
So I was just curious. I see in the middle one the new WSIP, maybe you call it WSIP, I'm not sure. Failure mode effects analysis. And I think you mentioned bringing in, first, I think you also mentioned having your subject matter experts and bringing in outside third parties to look at that. What was the initiator of that? The move to bring in FMEA and also to bring in third parties. What kind of prompted that?
Okay, I'll start off, and Mary was in the heart of a lot of that. I'll probably have Mary and JB speak to a little bit more, but really it's moving away from a compliance view of how we were looking at our assets, like really, what was identified and just kind of checking the box, and really going towards what are all the ways this thing can fail, and not only fail, but fail in the way that it could create an ignition. And so really having a good feel of what are all those different failure modes, having our subject matter experts speak to, do they agree with those failure modes? And then not only relying in the four walls within PG&E, really bringing in some external people to also give us their input and review, people that are qualified in this space, are they seeing the same thing? And that's kind of what set up kind of the initial failure modes effects analysis. Mary, I know you have more to contribute to this than I do.
So I would say that in the revision after the WSIP, that team, that cross-functional team and internal and external team looked also at the data that had been found from WSIP's inspections, and also really strove to take out some subjectivity in the assessments. How can we be more precise in our language for 2020 and beyond? How can we be more prescriptive in our requirements for the data to gather, et cetera, to further refine? Another expansion that happened in the post WSIP FMEA revision was to broaden the lens. Instead of such a focus on fire ignition only, or primarily fire ignition, I should say, really broadening further, thinking about, is there something that is more reliability issue, even if it can't generate arc, spark, slag, fire ignition point. So all of those things happened, and we actually go through this type of iterative review every year now. So we are about to begin that revision now for the 2021 season, and based on what comes out of the various risk models and other evaluations of the data that we've collected during the 2020 cycle of inspections, my team will receive additional guidance to bake into our protocols.
And when you say you'll receive additional guidance, that guidance will come from where?
Sure, it comes from groups within Mark's team. So Mark has a pretty broad team that spans asset strategy, risk management, standards, and those teams collectively will advise us. They'll issue either bulletins or updates to our governing documents that will drive us to take change.
Sure, thanks. I was just trying to get an understanding. I know that there's the catastrophic wildfires. I know PG&E's talked about implementing ISO 55000 for electric. There's you mentioned earlier, like there's the probationary orders and that kind of stuff. And then there's different groups and leadership within PG&E. I was just trying to get a sense for, now you have this new WSIP program. Is there any particular thing that kind of drives this kind of development? We have ramps, and I was just curious, is there any kind of overarching thing that kind of drives this?
Sure. I think let me see if I can unpack it a little bit. So as we exist now, we don't really think about WSIP. WSIP was a 2018-19 focused effort after the tremendous and tragic wildfires of 2018 and before. And so that was a focused effort. We have effectively built in the changes to protocols, the use of new tools and technology, and moving away from paper to paperless and digitized methods into our base inspection programs. And that's the path that we're on. I would say the PAS 55 or ISO 55001 certification is still ongoing. And that's really why I gave the answer I did, which is my team, I am an execution arm. If you think plan, do, check, act, I am an act arm. And so my planning, or I'm a do and an act arm, my planning comes from Mark's team largely. So Mark's team acts as a funnel point to make sure that we're getting compliance information, standards information, engineering and risk management information, and that is all being pulled together in a meaningful way through their asset maintenance plans and other guidance documents that flows down to my team. So yes, there are a lot of inputs. As you duly noted, some from internal, some from external. And that is really one of the big charges given to Debbie Powell and Marcus Garris' team, is to help to synthesize all of that into something that's meaningful, long-range strategy and near-term execution plans.
This is Tom. Could I ask,
Right.
I want to get a sense of how we're using our time here. I don't know exactly, Mark, what you're planning to cover. I still think we need to talk about PSPS among other things. What is your intention about what you were thinking needs to be covered in the time? We only have about an hour, a little over an hour left before the time slot ends.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Tom. There was 2 topics to cover. I think we're crossing the first topic, which was the controls, the maintenance inspection, and if it makes sense for the team, we could move on to the PSPS topic. Sound good?
And IT, if you could take us to slide 40, please. 40 in the bottom right, it'd be up.
And is that the only mitigation that you feel hasn't been covered yet, or are there other mitigations as well?
Yeah, I think from our presentation, we're going to cover this, the last one here. We kind of touched on a lot of the other controls by having the maintenance talk and in the previous conversation we had on July 30th. All right. Okay, so let's start off here. So we're on M5. This is on public safety power shutoff. So PG&E's PSPS program, as you're well aware, de-energize select distribution and transmission circuit segments within our tier 2 and tier 3 high fire threat areas when there's an elevated fire condition. De-energization is basically necessary to protect the public safety when PG&E really believes that there's an imminent and significant risk of strong winds that could impact PG&E assets and a significant risk of catastrophic wildfires should there be ignition. So one thing here we want to call out here, PSPS is a measure of last resort. It's not like the first play we call. It's definitely really when everything else has been deployed and other measures not adequate, we go to that. As you can see here on the slide, the risk spend efficiency is at 15, where the execution of this program really minimizes the wildfire risk during the most adverse weather conditions. Something here though that 2019 there was a lot of difficult lessons that we learned. All right, and so although grid de-energization is effective at reducing those ignitions of utility-caused wildfires, we recognize that these PSPS events are really, really extraordinarily disruptive for our customers and communities. So we've done a lot of work to reach out. We've reached out through various listening sessions for feedback from our local communities, county agencies on how these events affect their operations and communities, and how we can improve how we execute PSPS in the future. And as a result of that, right, as part of some of our mitigation changes here, we developed another mitigation, M6, which we'll get into later, which is the PSPS impact reduction initiatives, which we'll go into when we talk about objective 2. When we flip to the next slide here. So the next slide that you have here is—
Excuse me, Mark.
Yes.
at some point, I want to talk to you about how PG&E does calculate the RSE for PSPS. Is this a good time to do that, or did you want? Should I wait till you do other slides?
Let me go through this slide here, and I think we'll be opened up to that. I think that would be I think it makes sense to cover at that point there. So okay. Yeah, I'll walk through here, and then I'll touch on it here. So in this slide here, there's a lot of good information here. We had a number of events in 2019. Again, what was the most notable of those largest events from a number of customers and counties in scope is listed here on, if you look at the column that's focused on October 9 through 12 and October 26 to November 1. And this starts to I want to call this out because I think it'll get into the conversation you want to get, Tom. If you go down to the row that says damages and hazards, from those events, we identified a number of damages and hazards on our de-energized facilities from kind of vegetation making contact. Each of those damages and hazards can be translated into a potential ignition that could have occurred had we left our facilities energized. And again, as we mentioned in the earlier slide, we understand that those challenges pose, for our communities and our customers with the large volume of customers that went out, as well as the time it takes to restore them. So when we look at this more like on a high level, in the way in which what ignitions were calculated, we utilize that information, that those damages there, and from that, those damage and hazards as part of the, those were identified as part of the post-patrols conducted as we were looking to re-energize the de-energized PG&E circuits. In 2019, we identified like 727 incidents of damage or hazards. So, we assumed that each of these incidents would have resulted in an outage if PSPS had not been in effect. And what we did with that is that, we also estimated the ratio of what we believe to be the ignitions to outages in those high fire threat areas on days in which red flag warnings was in effect based on our historical data. So when you look at this, we reviewed the outages and ignitions from the 2015, 2018 timeframe in the high fire threat areas that occurred during red flag warning days. I think there was something like 64 plus days. And we identified that there would be about 47 ignitions and 614 sustained outages. So that gave us this ignition to outage ratio of about almost 7.65%. And given that kind of the ignition to outage ratio to the 727 incidents of damage or hazards identified in post-PSPS, then we estimated another 56 ignitions that we avoided in 2019 because of PSPS. And so these 56 ignitions were evenly distributed against all the drivers to not artificially change the percentages. So I wanted to kind of put that out there, and then maybe we can get into your discussion of RSC, and I'll turn to my ramp modelers to help kind of field your questions.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to go back, and this I think that may be a little bit of a review, but I just want to understand the basics of how you calculated the risk reduction for using the PSPS mitigation. And so the risk reduction is the product of the risk reduction is the risk before using the mitigation compared with the risk after the mitigation. And then the difference is the reduction. And then in order to assess the risk before and after, I'd like to know what is considered, essentially, what PSPS is an unusual mitigation in that it not only reduces risk, but it also increases risk in other respects. It has adverse effects as well as having beneficial effects. And I want to know how your PSPS mitigation analysis takes into account the offsetting adverse impacts of the PSPS, of calling a PSPS.
Yeah, so this is Benson. Mark, maybe I'll take a stab at this first. As Mark described, we use the methodology of the avoided number of ignitions to calculate the effectiveness. So that's the positive risk reduction that you gain. What we then did to offset that is, as you see on this slide, is the average duration, outage duration, and the number of customers. And that's a component of our MAVF of customer minutes interrupted. So based on these events here, you have an average duration of each PSPS event of how many customer minutes interrupted you'll have. When we project that out forward, we're able to calculate a PSPS risk score to offset any benefits that we would have received from the avoided ignitions. So that offset is the risk reduction.
And so I want to focus on the offsetting element. So the offsetting element takes into account the average outage duration. And then what are the consequences that are taken into account when there's an outage? What consequences are modeled and what consequences are not modeled?
For ramped, what we presented was the customer's minutes interrupted. So it would just be the reliability component.
Okay. Was there any financial impact that was modeled?
We took into account the cost of the execution of PSPS as well as any future investments to reduce the impacts, like the temp gens and investments there. We included that in our risk and efficiency calculations.
Okay. Any financial impacts to customers or the public?
We currently did not include that as part of our RAP analysis.
Okay. And any safety impacts to customers or the public?
We did not attribute.
Does PG&E believe that there are no safety impacts of power shutoffs?
I'm not sure if I'm the appropriate person to answer that question, but we did not include that in the RAP analysis.
Well, is there anybody in this group that has an opinion about that? Whether there are safety impacts to the public from power shutoffs?
This is Wendy. I definitely think that there are potential safety impacts from PSPS. That's personally.
And thank you, Wendy. I was wondering, PG&E has an esteemed panel of folks here. I wondered whether any of them felt they were able to opine on my question.
Yeah. Hey, Tom. So I think it becomes we know it's a hardship. It's very challenging for the communities. But when we start getting into exactly the safety impacts, because then you start to get into like, well, what caused all these different impacts? It's hard to really understand what would be kind of like the the data behind it to show that this is really due to PSPS. I believe that it's definitely a hardship. It's hard to kind of break that out between what was caused by PSPS from a safety perspective or from not. But we definitely understand that it has impacts, and that's why we're also looking at doing work to try to reduce the time that's out and really building in other mitigations to try to not only speed up restoration, but also help. How do you get more scoped, more granular scope, so we're not taking out as much of the footprint, to mitigate the risk if we get better information on where the risk may be.
Hey, Tom, this is Vincent here from PG&E. Yeah, so on that point, I just wanted to mention, and we'll talk a little bit more about we realize that many of the parties here, and we've also seen in the wildfire safety division, the position there that they address the issue, and this is something, as you know, we've struggled to kind of to quantify those impacts, right? And so this is one of the things where we're looking forward to working with yourselves, the commission, to get a better handle on how to model these safety impacts. I think it's not an easy situation. Otherwise, we would have done it before. But there's something that we're open to modeling going forward.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to draw the comparison that I've been sort of developing in these workshops, which is, as an example, when PG&E was talking about cross-cutting risks and the records and information management risk, PG&E made an effort to model what's clearly a very indirect consequence of some of the failure events. Be it a safety investigation or something, but something that, there's physical harm to somebody, and then after the fact, and the authorities may decide that they need to investigate, then PG&E thought it was important to somehow come up with an estimate of what may be the costs of record keeping associated with that, and that should be reflected in the cross-cutting analysis. That to me felt like something that's not easy to do, but PG&E, to its credit, thought that that's something that should be included. And I think this is, perhaps even less speculative, and I think there's lots of studies about the economic impacts of power shutoffs that are out in the world. I think it's been much more studied than, for example, what's the impact on PG&E of having to search some records in the event of an investigation. I think there's a lot more information out there if PG&E is inclined to do that, and I just think it's not as difficult as PG&E is make it out to be.
So Tom, thanks for that question. I do want to point out that I've noticed anyway that you've pointed out our records information a few times. That one, yes, I mean, and the rationale behind that I just wanted to mention is we did have some data in terms of costs that were borne to do those record search and things like that, the financial costs. So we included it. We're not saying that those are the only costs, but along the lines of getting the data that we needed for the analysis, right? That's what we could find. So we endeavored to put that in. So I think it's I mean, to our point earlier about if we had the information, if we all could agree to what kind of costs make it into the MAVF or the attributes, what kind of costs go in there, then yeah, we're open to taking a look at that.
Tom, this is Steve Hain here. I just want to throw a question out to both you, Tom, and your experts, and all the other parties who were in the SMAP settlement agreement. That settlement agreement, as I understand it, in the MAVF, the financial impact, safety impact, reliability impact, those relate directly to the utility, right? They're not referring to secondary impacts relating to the customers. Is that correct? If we were to include secondary impacts on customers, would that conflict with what was agreed to in the settlement agreement?
No, Steve, I don't agree with that, because look, PG&E is modeling a lot of the wildfire risk. All the risks include impacts on the public when that is one of the consequences. I mean, that is, look at the loss of containment. Most of the safety risk there for a gas transmission pipeline is because of risk to the public. That's why the impact radius is such an important determination, and how they design their tranches. It's all about risk to the public. I'm not saying that's the only risk, but so that's what I'm talking about here. The public safety power shutoffs they are a unique mitigation in that that mitigation creates adverse impacts on the public that need to be considered in order to have a full understanding of the usefulness of the mitigation. And right now we have a very incomplete.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I agree that it's the safety and reliability aspect of it should impact the public, and the impact on the public should be considered in the analysis. But what about the financial dimension, is that, to your understanding, based on your understanding, is it financial impact to the company or?
Well, the way PG&E has designed their financial component, they're including environmental impacts, which are financial costs to the general public. So they are also in other risks taking account of financial impacts to the public in their analysis. So I don't think asking them to do that here with PSPS is asking them to do something they're not doing elsewhere.
What's the opinion of PG&E on this?
As Vincent,
you agree with what Tom just said?
I have to ask for a brief recap because my internet's cutting in and out, and I kind of missed what Tom said. I'm sorry about that.
Well, Steve asked me about focused on financial. He said, is the financial impact only limited to financial impacts on the company? And I said, no, because for example, PG&E includes, rather than having a separate environmental attribute, PG&E has included environmental consequences in the financial attribute. And environmental consequences by definition are to the public, they're not to PG&E. So I said that's an example of how PG&E's financial attribute does include impacts to the public.
Yeah, so when I read the settlement and the decisions before that, I think there was a specific call out in terms of that shareholder costs are excluded from the financial component, right? So you know, the implication is that customer costs are what we worry about in the MABF formula there. So that's one of the reasons, and I think we've alluded to this earlier, when we look at the historical wildfire events that we've had, those costs been borne by, for the large part, we've been through this before. Those costs, when we did the analysis, those costs were falling on shareholders. And so that's why when you look at the that data set with the wildfire data, the financial consequences was not as big as we expected for the customers.
Right, but we're talking about something different here, Vincent. We're talking about the financial impacts to the public of calling a PSPS, and I don't believe. I mean, if something's happened that I don't know about, let me know. That PG&E has decided to take on reimbursing everybody who's lost wages and everybody whose freezer goods have melted and all the other financial impacts associated with a PSPS. I don't think PG&E is there. So these are not costs that PG&E's shareholders are absorbing, as far as I know.
Yeah, once again, the MABF is a ratepayer cost. So,
So I think we're in agreement, Steve. That these costs, financial costs, should include cost to the public. I think.
Okay. All right. Let's move on.
Steve, there's quite a few questions from FEITA. I think the first one was at 213. I can read the question if you'd like. The first one.
Go ahead, Wendy.
Wendy, I will go ahead. I was on mute. I apologize. There are 3 questions, and I apologize. At the FEITA, we were just waiting for that line of Q&A to conclude before I read your questions. So, Mark, there are 3 questions in chat. I'm going to read them out to you, and if you and your team can answer them, that'd be great. First question, why isn't there a mitigation to make the existing infrastructure inherently safer that does not fail in high winds, i.e. stronger equipment, and new installation stronger? Clearly, the past design criteria was not good enough to not fail in high winds and weather.
Right. No, that's appreciate the question. And I know maybe this is because it was covered at the last meeting. Our mitigation that we have to kind of move our equipment is the system hardening program. I think it's definitely something where we're looking at putting more resilient poles, covered conductor, replacing out the equipment, that are less to get to ones that don't spark. So that's our mitigation there, and I think we're working towards having that put in place, and we covered a lot of those in the previous meeting. So that in combination with the enhanced vegetation management is what we're looking at. And then in some of the other controls that we talked about really through the inspections, as we identify those assets that, we'll detect them in there, things that we feel are now approaching kind of a higher risk, from a likelihood of failure. And I mentioned there, as we start to look at those, if we have kind of a longer lead time of catching them early, we bundle that into a larger, more holistic system hardening plan for our electric system. Hopefully that answers the question. All right. Then you have another question, Ken?
There are a couple, yes. I'm going to read the second question, which is, earlier it was discussed there is a lot of work to do on gathering asset health and integrity information. Without this information, how is a hazardous weather scenario determined? Is it based on a calculation of what weather the asset can withstand, or are you just arbitrarily picking a wind speed and being conservative for safety?
All right. No, love the question. I have the right guy on the line here. I'm going to ask Scott Strenfeld, who's our manager that leads our meteorology department for PG&E. Scott, do you want to take that question? Hey, Scott, if you're there, you're on mute.
And just to be clear, because I suffer from this, there's two ways to mute yourself on your phone or in the WebEx apps.
Should be able to hear me now.
We can hear you, yes.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, no, great question. Thanks for it. Yeah, so I've been at PG&E 9 years and pretty much have watched every single weather event go across the territory. So have a good qualitative understanding of what wind speeds tend to cause outage impacts and where. But to take it a step further and kind of build on that foundational understanding, in benchmarking with other utilities, we found that they yielded a lot of benefit after at recreating the weather at very fine resolution over the past 30 years and trying to tease out some valuable information from that. And so one of the things we did a couple of years ago was create a 30-year downscaled climatology, 3 by 3 kilometer resolution every hour, going past 30 years. What we're able to do with that is combine that with our outage history in space and time. And so you can imagine if we have an outage in a certain time and location, we're able to go back in time and pull out what the wind speed was for that location. And what we're able to do with that, I have a team of data scientists that study this in depth, and they've created a outage producing wind model, which takes wind speed as an input and as an output produces what the probability of having an outage from any source is. And so we're talking about equipment failure, vegetation, and other things. And so it's really with that model that we determine what a hazardous weather scenario is. But, weather models can only get you so far. And so that's why we also coordinate closely with federal forecast agency partners to determine what hazardous weather scenarios are. We can do this by looking in the past and looking at the historic frequency, time, date, location of red flag warnings and also high risk forecasts from the Geographic Area Coordination Center, Predictive Services. And then we also coordinate with them on a go-forward basis. So I've been on, because of the wildfires, I attend a 0845 daily operational call with those meteorologists to discuss the risk coming up. And we do this as well during PSPS events to discuss the timing and location of some of these hazardous weather events coming our way. So it's definitely not just an arbitrary kind of wind speed, and it's not based on an arbitrary percentile like 99%, for example. It's based on the probability that we've determined statistically of wind speeds causing outage activity. And it's heterogeneous across our territory for a number of reasons. But I'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
Okay, awesome. So
can I follow up? I don't think.
Yes.
I mean, FEIT, give them a chance to see if they have any follow up in the chat. If you have, from what you're saying, this is the first I've heard of this, that you have now historical 30-year climatology data hour by hour. Is that correct? For your whole service territory? For the wind?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. And I apologize. I'm sorry, it's the first you're hearing about it, but we authored a very comprehensive white paper that goes into detail about how this model was constructed, as well as our fire potential index model. And that has been delivered to the CPUC. So I apologize that you haven't seen that material yet.
That's fine. I mean, we have lots of different arms, more than an octopus. So the question then I have is that seems like that would be excellent data to do some homogeneous risk profiling based on your circuit protection zones or something, you know, to kind of match and do some more tranching. I didn't know, because I never heard of this data before.
So Wendy, we definitely have provided a lot of this info, as Scott mentioned. We also, I think we've brought it up in our ramp filing. I'm sorry, in our wildfire mitigation filing. So we've been kind of talking about our evolutions that we had on our meteorology side. So I know that we've had a lot of discussion in there. I think we may reference it also in our ramp filing as well. I know that we've got a lot of information in that filing there. So if it was in there and you missed it, definitely we have in our WMP. But I believe we may have covered some of that also in our filing. Maybe not to the extent that Scott went into.
No, and I apologize. I haven't gone through the whole filing yet. So the thing is, but Mark, do you understand what I'm saying? Where we were talking about tranching, and maybe we can talk about this later. But to me, this is a significant amount. I mean, historical wind data. It seems like it could be really helpful for you in assessing some consequence on the consequence side, combined with red flag warning days or whatever. But I just wonder if you guys started thinking about that to kind of use that data in your modeling.
Yeah, no. So to the extent that we're looking at this, we're learning about where we're seeing kind of the weather occur. Again, that'll give us some indication of where we go back in time and look at where we're seeing historically where locations are at. I think we definitely want to factor that in. And a lot of this stuff here, there's a lot of information on how we're trying to package this in there. So I'd say definitely this is something that we will want to consider in our next iterations. I don't know if we're all the way there yet on our plans, but definitely something that, as we learn more, we definitely will factor that in, from a tranching. But Scott, I think when you were talking about it, I think you were talking about it was more kind of heterogeneous across the system on these kind of wind patterns.
Yeah, and it was interesting that my experience just watching storms arrive kind of, was statistically proven out. And I'll just give you some examples where, down in our San Joaquin Valley, where there's typically not a lot of wind speeds down there, and they climatologically don't experience high wind events. The winds that tend to produce outages are a little bit lower than, let's say, San Francisco airport area, for example, because they're experiencing, healthy sea breezes each day. And, some of the typical drivers are just, the vegetation is just not, from what I've seen, and this is all, qualitative, but what I've been able to tease out watching the weather over the past 9 years is some of the vegetation just isn't exposed to some of those wind speeds, and so they're just, not as robust and strong. And so when they do experience a wind speed, they tend to fail. And then and then we can look at specifically those events that are more prone to PSPS. So these are usually, Diablo offshore wind events. So wind direction coming from the northeast, which is pretty atypical for the territory. Usually, we have a predominant onshore wind up valley or down valley. And so, yeah, we're able to kind of look at that all, in time and space. And one thing I forgot to mention is that same model that we use to construct the climatology, we run in forecast mode. And so anything we tease out of the robust historical data, we're able to apply apples to apples and retain that fidelity as we move into forecast space. Then we do some other cool stuff with, with the global weather models, the American GFS, the European ensemble data. There's a lot to unpack there on the weather side, but you should probably put a muzzle on me because I'll keep talking for a while.
Yeah, no, thanks, Scott. Wendy and the stakeholders, I know in our WMP, this actually also is our Mitigation 7, which is more focused on reducing wildfire spread. So we do talk about some of the work we're doing this year, which Scott went into that they're building, producing the 30-year historical climatology data set at a finer resolution. And so definitely kind of to the point there, this is definitely something that we're thinking about. We're trying to get our arms around. You see there's a evolution of all this data that's coming in on how to start thinking about our risks and assets. So definitely it's something that we'll look at, and would like to get input from the stakeholders. So when you review our filing in this deck, in our slides here, I believe, because we're going to run out of time pretty soon, we do have, I believe, in the appendix, we touch a little bit about what this is. Again, it's more on the situational awareness and forecasting. So going by memory, I think that's like I said, it's M7. Don't quote me on the mitigation. And then if you look it up in our filing, you'll see there's some discussion about that there as well.
I appreciate that. I just was thinking about it as more about data inputs for your risk modeling. So specifically, it looks like FEIT has a follow-up question for you on this.
I think there's two questions on the board, so I'm just going to go through them in order here. The first one, the oldest question, is can we discuss how wildfire is a secondary impact, just like ignition of a gas release is a secondary impact? The primary impact is equipment failure or loss of containment. PG&E is selectively including some secondary impacts and excluding others. Secondary impacts should be considered.
Mark, you want to take the first one? I can take the second one. This is Vincent, yeah.
Can you repeat the question there? Sorry, I had a hard time hearing. I heard.
Sure. Can we discuss how a wildfire is a secondary impact, just like ignition of gas release is a secondary impact? The primary impact
I can take
is
that
equipment
one.
failure. Yeah,
Okay.
Vincent, I think it's you. The primary impact. Okay, go ahead.
So basically, I just want to clarify, we don't consider wildfire to be a secondary impact, right? So we've defined the risk event to be ignitions. And the reason we didn't define the risk event to be wildfire was because, all ignitions have the potential to become wildfires, right? So we wanted to look upstream of that a little bit, to consider not only the events that actually happen, but all the near misses, if you want to put it that way, of the ignitions that could have become wildfires. So if we had just limited it to wildfires, then you would, in our bow tie, basically what would happen is that instead of that 400 odd events that we would have much fewer events on the left-hand side in our frequencies. So, it's not like we're not considering the secondary. In fact, I think we're kind of trying to cast a wider net and look at all the events that could potentially lead to wildfire. So I wouldn't consider that as modeling wildfire as a secondary consequence.
Okay, and there's another question I think Wendy alluded to. Mark, does electric have a design criteria for new installations to withstand wind of 100 miles per hour, 120 or higher? Or you do not have a weather design criteria for new projects?
Yeah, no, we, as part of our system hardening program, we had developed a criteria to look at the local conditions, because we want to make sure we're designing it for, we don't want to put poles that are designed for those wind speeds in areas that don't need it, that never experience it. So kind of tying this with that other thread we were talking about from, I think folks were thinking about how you take that meteorology data. So whenever we're doing our system hardening design, we pull the information, if it's going to be an overhead system, as we're sizing the poles, we're pulling the local information to understand what is the weather over the last, I believe it's, I don't know if it's 30 years. I don't remember exactly how much our estimating team can pull, but it's a fairly big subset of data where they look for what are the maximum winds that this area could experience. And then the poles are there's different types of system hardening level kind of requirements that we would require from a safety factor perspective. So that is factored in from that perspective there in our system hardening rebuild. Actually, we call it our fire rebuild design. And I think I introduced this at the last meeting, but we didn't get into this level of detail. But so we do have that in there. Hopefully that answered the question.
There's a follow-up, which is appreciate the answers. Follow up for the wind speed. Are you pulling ground level or elevation from the top of the poles?
Oh, I don't know that answer. I'd have to go back and ask, check in.
No, Mark, I can answer this as Scott. It's typically 10 meters above ground level. That's generally the standard. And then for some of the higher transmission towers that we've installed that, across the Sacramento Delta, in some cases we provided and upscaled the winds up to the top of the tower, in some cases hundreds of feet tall.
All right, Ken?
I think that clears out all the comments from chat.
Okay. What I'd like to do is, if we're okay with this, because we just talked about PSPS and we had a pretty good conversation. One of the things I wanted to get into is really kind of our next objective around PSPS, and we were talking about this and reducing the impact. So maybe if we can go one slide further. And so what we have here is basically our focus of how we're looking to reduce PSPS. So right now I just want to make sure my internet may be slow. I haven't seen the slide advance to, I'd say slide 42, actually, yeah, 42. Is it on 42? I can't tell. Okay, great.
It is now.
Great. Yeah, actually, this is going to get into like our overall impact reduction. So, as we mentioned, we were looking at, we're learning from the lessons of 2019 and really want to take a close look at how we could reduce those impacts, minimizing those impacts for our customers focused on the high fire threat areas. And so what I could do maybe is advance one more slide to get into a little bit of kind of the focus areas. And so here is really, how are we looking to make PSP events smaller, shorter, and smarter? And, I think we probably want to first talk about, the box here that's focused on reducing the frequency. And you heard the work that Scott's been doing. Our meteorology team has been doing a lot more work around the weather modeling and fire risk forecasting. We believe that'll lead to a reduction in areas that are in scope for PSPS events. The other item here that we're looking at here, as you can see under the reduced frequency box, is that we're looking at kind of the biggest area that has the largest impact is transmission lines. So really analyzing, all the 550 plus transmission lines that are in our high fire threat area, and we're looking at it on an annual basis to really determine if we've been able to reduce the risk enough that, when you compare it against previous PSPS events, would it still make that threshold to be called in the scope? And so we've identified, as a result of that, we've identified what the necessary work is that could be accomplished, in the given year, and really try to prioritize the facilities that have the biggest impact to improve the operability, kind of the performance. The other here is that, when you move to the right on the reduced impacted customers. So as a last resort, if we must call kind of a PSPS event, how are we looking to reduce the impact for our customers? And after factoring in, the meteorology improvements and transmission line work that I talked about in the reduced frequency box, that kind of shows up in here. But we talked about earlier, we're doing a lot of work to deploy additional sectionalizing devices on our electric system. And these sectionalizing devices will provide greater flexibility for operational switching, gives us more granularity and the ability to switch to be able to serve customers from alternate line feeds if it's safe to do so. And the other thing that we're doing is, looking at that and really having a fleet of temporary generation that we could deploy to energize to locations where it's safe to energize. We're also looking at, pulling in what we're calling mid-feeder microgrids. So it's not a substation level on a distribution line feeder. Are there areas where it's safe to deploy these kind of temporary generations, form a microgrid in the middle of the feeder? With these improvements, when you look back at kind of what the impacts were for 2019, we're kind of forecasting that we could reduce the number of customers impacted by a third when compared to last year's events with the work that we're doing here. And then after the PSPS event is called, when you go to the reduce the duration box, we are really focused on how we can improve in that area. So if an event is called, how do we restore quicker? So we set a goal for ourselves to be able to restore within 50% of the time from when what we're calling the all clear, weather's passed, safe to do so, is called, to when we can have customers installed. So, and that's really where that's only for the cases where there's no hazards or damage found in the facility, because obviously it's going to take some time to restore. But for those locations where there isn't, we're really aiming for like getting all that done within 12 hours after the all clear has been called, that the weather is safe to do so. And so to support this, we're deploying additional helicopters to speed kind of the daylight post-PSPS inspections. There's also like fixed wing aircraft with infrared technology to allow for nighttime inspection. So that's something that is something we weren't able to do. And then if you go to the bottom here on the coordination with the communities and customers, we're really moving, we're really working to engage and improve our coordination with our local partners. And so over the, even with these times of shelter in place during COVID, we've been able to engage, virtually with the county and tribal, as well as others, to have additional learning sessions and community open houses for this year. Again, just doing a lot of this virtually because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but we've been able to kind of move in that direction to get our parties involved. Not to mention, we've been running a lot of exercises to really, be able to scope these events and be able to execute in the necessary time frame. What I think we had in that previous, if you go one more slide here, and we'll open it up for discussion. So what you'll see here on this chart, again, PSPS, it has like the highest RSC. The higher RSC reflects how PSPS minimizes the catastrophic outcomes of wildfire, which reduces some of those impacts, but it does it at the detriment of our electric reliability. PSPS is only effective under limited conditions during those fire risk days. And the PSPS impact reductions from M6, really what I just went over, works to minimize what those impacts would be, which we've taken into account in the RSC. System hardening, I think there was a question there from another group about what are we doing to kind of rebuild our assets. That has the next highest score here, 7.4. And this is a program we're exploring on how we could further accelerate this, which I touched earlier on some of those alternatives. Back in July, July 30th, on being more targeted. And then following system hardening, we have the EVM program, which has an RSC, here of about 2.6. With all these here, and we touched on some of the pilot work, such as REFCL, so those may be some other areas that we can be able to further accelerate. We're going to gather more information on REFCL, but we set the stage with kind of the alternate system hardening mitigation proposals where we have different levels of it, because we believe if REFCL comes in, we might be able to, have that more targeted system hardening approach. And then from there, we'd review to see how this affects our plans. And in a lot of ways, we're really, really aiming for that to try to affect our plans in order to be able to accelerate and improve the RSC. With that covers what we want to continue on from the conversation from before. So we'll open it up to any questions you may have.
Yeah, this is Wendy. I have a couple questions about the RSC calculations. Before I forget, seems like you might be able to calculate RSC based on your initial data, just kind of as a modeling exercise for REFCL. For those circuits that that REFCL could work, and that 92% mitigation effectiveness, preliminary. It'd be interesting to get an RSC for that. I mean, it seems to me like you have the data. Can you kind of respond, and then more questions?
Yeah, Benson, do you want to take that?
Yeah,
and before you do that, just the IT, could you flip it to one slide? Because I think I'm still seeing the M6. We want to see the entire spectrum. One more slide. Thank you. All right, there you go, Benson.
Yeah, so Wendy, I agree. I think based on the information that was currently provided, I think we can have a very kind of call it simplified RSC calculation as a beginning lens. I think Harry brought up a few issues with potentially the cost, and it's not equivalent based on the number of miles and circuits. So there's a lot of caveats on that. But I think definitely as an action item, we can take this and provide an RSC based on initial assessments here.
Yeah, if you could take that as an action item, that would be fantastic.
Definitely.
Thank you. The other question I had, and it goes to your PS.
Wendy, you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut off for a few seconds.
Sorry, I think I'm losing my voice. Talked too much the last 2 days. So the PSPS RSC, if I understood correctly, you are using the past outage data, the customer minutes, impacted outage data, and then you're using that to kind of I should have asked this before. I'm sorry, but my point is I was wondering if maybe you're using too much of that CMI, because this is my point. My point is that it seems to me part of that CMI data is for the PSPS that is during the actual high risk period. And then part of that CMI data is actually after the event has cleared. And sorry, my son's in the background, excited about Fortnite. So it seems like after the conditions have cleared, at that point when you guys were going in and doing the inspections and everything, that actually you don't have that risk. So I was thinking to myself, it seems to me that maybe you included too much of the CMI from those past PSPS.
Well, I would say that the time in which we are patrolling before energization is still customer minutes that are interrupted for the customers. So that's why we did include it. But I think you raise a point about the separation between the high risk timeframes versus the restoration times. If we could be more clear about breaking that out in the future. but regardless, we still think that that's an impact to the customers because they have an outage, regardless of it's all clear, but yet they still don't have power. It's still an interruption to them.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'm trying to look at my notes, but there was something when you mentioned about how you calculated the PSPS that it seemed to me that perhaps you didn't need that second part because it was, I think it was when you were talking about, modeling, time to model.
You cut off.
You cut out there, Wendy.
Sorry, it seemed to me from your description before of how you were calculating the PSPS RSE, and I have to look back at my notes, that there might have been, you really needed to focus on the high risk time and not the restoration time. And that's why I was bringing it up. And
so regardless, by including more minutes, it actually lowers the RSC. It's actually more conservative because it has more minutes out, so it's a worse reliability impact to the customers. So it actually lowers the RSC in that case. So it's actually more conservative, I guess, if you wanted to look at it that way.
Okay, that's helpful.
All right. Any other questions?
This is Chris. I just want to.
Hey, Chris.
I think we've raised this before, but PG&E has no plans to consider. I know that PSPS is a wildfire mitigation program, but PG&E has no plans to evaluate this as it would other risks. So, for example, the ranking of risks. I mean, wildfire being number one, and PSPS could be considered probably right up there with wildfire in terms of whatever triggers a PSPS event. But PG&E has no plans to evaluate PSPS as a separate risk under the SMAP process. Is that fair to say?
So I'll start off and then I'll go ahead, Vincent.
No, this is something that just wanted to mention. This is something that we've heard the feedback. This is something that we're reevaluating. So I wouldn't say we have no plans. We're reevaluating how it should be what makes the most sense. Can you hear me?
I think you're going to talk more about that. Sorry, I think you're going to talk more about the identified deficiencies later.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that afterwards.
Okay. All right. Any additional questions on the wildfire risk discussion we just had here? All right. Ken and Steve, I'm not sure if I give this back to you. I've covered the content that we wanted to cover. We've given opportunity to ask questions. I know that people are probably still noodling. Want to throw it out to you to see, do we want to maybe take a break, let people kind of digest and then regroup?
I think I think a break is called for, Steve, and I think that's actually a pretty good segue into the next segment of the workshop, which is to talk about those deficiencies. So
before we take a break, asking for additional time to discuss a future workshop to be led by the interviewers. I think this would be a good time to do it in the next 5 or 7 minutes before we take a break.
Okay. Hang on a second.
You want to wait after the break? It's up to you. We can wait till the workshop to talk about that.
I think it might be helpful to wait just because PG&E is going to be responding publicly to the deficiencies and we kind of have an idea on their responses. What do you think, Tom?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. That's how I envisioned it. I thought.
All right. Let's 10:03 or 10:05, 10:03. I'm not 10. I'm sorry, 10 after 3.
Perfect. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah. Resume.
Okay, to the IT host, we sent over a document, and thank you for PDFing it. I think that is the new material we would like to present. And this is, this is just what we saw at the prior workshop. This is the Safety Policy Division's initial thoughts and deficiencies for wildfire. Perfect. Just to recap, at the last workshop, there was some discussion about these deficiencies. That conversation was led by Wendy and Steve, and I think we ended the workshop saying that PG&E would look at this and have a response. Vincent Lowe from Enterprise Operational Risk Management, I think, will lead us through these bullets and talk about our reaction to this document and what our thoughts are.
Hey, Ken, maybe it would be better to zoom in a little bit. It's very hard to read the whole page at the same time.
It is tough. On the left side of WebEx, there is a zoom in button that participants can use to obviously zoom in and
okay, I
see
see
it
it.
a little
Okay,
bit better. You
good.
can also drag it around.
Yes, yeah, I can see it now. Okay.
Thanks, Ken. So I just wanted to provide a little more context. Steve, as we met with yourselves, Wendy, and then Katie and Eric from Turn last week to kind of give them a preview of our responses to this letter that SPD sent out, and so we're going to share with you once again and the rest of the audience the kind of the kind of response that we have to the letter that you have. So I want to start off with the first one that you see. I'm just going to go through these kind of in order. First one that we have, number one, PSPS cannot be a mitigation justified by RSE. And the subpoint is societal and economic impacts / cost analysis are required for PSPS justification. So both questions number 1 and 2 really are from the Wildfire Safety Department Division's resolutions with regards to the wildfire mitigation plans that we submitted. And so we wanted to say that this is the one like I mentioned earlier, this is something that we understand that there's a desire by all parties to kind of have us to review our modeling. And this is something that we feel, as we've kind of stated in earlier many times, right? It's not that we don't want to include the cost, we just like indirect costs I'm talking about, which is what this, I think these societal and economic inputs and costs are referring to. It's how do we categorize, how do we define them, where do we get the data? So this is something that we've mentioned in our comments to the risk OIR that we would like to work with participants to explore this in more detail. If in the context, in the perspective of the topic line you're saying that we have here, right? PG proposal for rapid remediation. I don't know if there's any work that we can do on a rapid basis that would be something that advances that kind of that stream of work, right? So I think it's something we need to go back and look at and work with other parties, especially in the risk OIR, but also in other venues, as far as how we can review our modeling of PSPS and include the factors that are and the costs and societal impacts that the parties want to see. And so that's our thoughts on the first one. The second question I have the second question in front of us was basically wildfire mitigation initiatives, including controls, lacking risk analysis, and RSEs are insufficient. Once again, this is a finding from the wildfire mitigation plan, I believe. And don't know if everybody's aware, but we do have a upcoming filing that we're planning to make to address these Class B deficiencies that was in our wildfire mitigation plan filing. And that is in September. And we want to include the RSEs for the controls and the mitigation initiatives as they were laid out in the WMP guidelines. So a few of them we could not get to the first time around because it was challenging for us technically to get those numbers. But this is something that we want to try to accomplish by our September Class B filing. So I would say on that one, work's already happening in that venue, right? So I once again, as far as the original objective, which I believe Wendy's original objective was to get a kind of a preview of our modeling, advances in our modeling, or progress we've made in our modeling before the GRC. You know, the thought is that we have venues already where parties can see the progress that we're making. So I think that having an additional venue might not be the best use of our time, given there are a lot of kind of other initiatives going on out there as well in terms of modeling from a modeling standpoint. So it's best to focus, we feel it's best to focus our time in those settings, the risk OIR, wildfire workshops as well, to advance our modeling then and use the existing venues we have to keep track of progress. So I'll just pause here and see if there are any questions to this or any feedback to this.
I think one concern is how you whether you would need to update your ramp modeling once this is done.
Once what is done, can you be more specific, Wendy?
I'm sorry, specifically on the second one. Because I think it's pretty soon, in a couple of weeks, that you're going to file, or 9th or 10th, that you're going to file the RSCs for the initiatives that Wildfire Safety Division required. And I'm wondering, do you have any insight into the?
Sorry, Wendy, you're cutting out. I can't hear you.
I think, Wendy, it looks like you're having trouble with your internet connection. It may improve your connection if you disable the video portion. Just let your audio come through and disable the video.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I think I've got to also plug in my computer. So what I was saying is, one of the things we would like to know is whether that data, that analysis you're doing for RSEs for many of the initiatives, whether it could impact you needing to update your wildfire chapter in the ramp, or you know, is it gonna, whether or not you update it, is it gonna really help you refine your modeling in your wildfire ramp?
We feel that there are some things that are going to be improvements, and this filing, the filing that's coming up in a couple of weeks, will give you the opportunity to review how we've done certain things, right? Like, for example, we are working on controls, so this will give you an early preview of what we're going to do. I understand that there's, between the wildfire filing and the ramp filing, there are some differences in the filing. You're looking at different time frames, for example. But once again, just going back to the objective, which is basically to get a preview of the methodologies we'll be employing in our GRC. I think that the wildfire filing that we're referring to, the September filing, gives you the ability to take a look at that. Well, so I think that's the appropriate venue to take a look at that.
Vincent, this is Tom. I wanted to speak to the PSPS item. And if I understood what you're saying is, I mean, just to kind of cut to the chase, you don't plan, unless you're somehow directed or otherwise ordered to do so, you don't plan to do a revised PSPS mitigation analysis that takes into account the societal impacts, that is, impacts to the public on safety and the financial impacts on the public. Is that really the bottom line for what PG&E is saying now?
To do an additional filing and ramp to take that into account.
To address this either in the ramp or the GRC, to be clear, that is at some point before we get to the GRC, is PG&E planning to address these concerns that have been raised about societal impacts?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the issues. Well, this particular issue, I believe it's more than just a PG&E issue. And I think before we embark on another kind of modeling effort, we want it to be more collaborative. So while we don't intend to do a filing to address it, we do want to work with parties to come up with what's the best way to do it, right? So, and as that's true for RAMP, if we can come up with something that's implementable in the GRC timeframe, of course we would like to put it out, but we'll just have to see.
Well, but the point of this discussion is not just we'll just have to see. It's let's talk about what can be done. And so
yeah. So yeah, we can talk about, we can, and I'll get to things that we can talk about that we can do and as we go through these points here. I also wanted to mention that there are other initiatives as far as wildfire mitigation, as far as wildfire is concerned, right? As you guys know, I think a couple of weeks ago, the Wildfire Safety Division had a workshop talking about modeling as well. So there are other initiatives going on in the same area. And we just want to make sure that we use our time strategically and all kind of work towards the same goal and parallel tracks. So I think an additional filing doesn't not sure what the additional value, if you will, of that. In fact, it might be a distraction towards us working towards a common kind of acceptable approach for PSPS.
Well, the reason this is important is that PG&E is the one is the utility that's relied on PSPS more than any of the other utilities, and done so in a way that's created far more consternation and controversy than the other utilities. And PG&E's slides have a very, there's a very stark slide that shows that most of the mitigation that PG&E is planning in the upcoming rate case period is coming from PSPS, and it feels like a false narrative to many of us. It feels like that risk reduction that you're flagging is not real because it's failing to take into account significant offsetting things. So this is important, and so I think we think it needs to be put at the top of the list or high on a list of things that need to be addressed, and we can't wait to have for the risk OIR to churn out something in the space of 2 years. That's not the right way to think about this. And then the other thing I wanted to say, Vincent, and I'm happy to hear your response in a moment, is that it sounds like the issue you're raising is trying to figure out what costs should be included, what impacts should be included, and how you go about getting the data for that. And we'd be willing to try to help on that. We're not just saying that this is we would offer ideas and try to be help get to a solution.
Thanks, Tom. So couple of points there. Basically, the first one, I think Mark mentioned earlier about the PSPS. It is basically last resort, right? So regardless of what the RSEs show, it is our last resort. It's not the first thing that we're going to go to, obviously. And kind of more constructively on your second point, I want to address the idea that we have this idea of collaboration too that I want to address in the upcoming points that we have. And I think Katie and Eric might have brought it up to you as well. So I think we're on the same page in terms of we want to collaborate and use the ramp. After all, the ramp is the setting to decide these modeling issues and make progress, incremental progress or progress regardless towards, our goals here. So keep that thought in mind and we'll go to the other points that we have here. So any other questions on number 1 and number 2?
Could I add one thing on the PSPS discussion that Tom was just bringing in? I don't know if, Tom, you were discussing, considering the financial and the safety impacts on the public from PSPS, and I don't know if you're looking at that in terms of PSPS be evaluated as a separate risk, but I think PG&E has reached out to parties and met with parties prior to filing its ramp application. They had a number of meetings, and I think this has come up a number of times. And I don't think at this point in time I haven't seen it considered as a separate risk in the ramp, and so I don't know if there's a next step to try to get that adopted. I think even the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board had mentioned evaluating PSPS as a risk, but to date, I don't think it's been included, and I don't know if there's a next step in sort of reaching some consensus or agreement on that. But I just wanted to highlight that as something that I think is important to be addressed.
Okay.
And yes, Chris, I think that idea has a lot of merit too, and it addresses a lot of the same issues that we were raising. I was just trying to do it in the construct of the methodology that was adopted in the settlement, but there's another way to go about it, as you indicate.
Okay, I'd like to move on to 3 and 4 here. So point 3, we have under here, initial SPD deficiencies identified to date. Controls and mitigations are insufficient and lack appropriate granularity. Control versus mitigation distinction is arbitrary. And we have subpoints A, B, C, D. And I think most of them, well, for example, A and B, most of them tied to the issue about controls, right? And this is something that we've been mentioning since, I believe, December. I think I wrote the comments in December to the rate case plan mentioning that the time frame is very tight for us. And now that we did lose 5 months in our ramp filing. And so having a on just controls was something that we could not get to. But that's not to say we're not going to get to it, and we've actually made steps to get to it. This is something, some of the RSs that we need to calculate for the wildfire mitigation plans are controls, and in that upcoming filing, we still have challenges with controls, but we intend to try our best to get the RS controls, and more importantly, show the parties how we go about estimating these controls. So this is something that we want to work with both the wildfire mitigation plan filings as well as get something in place for RSC as well to classify the controls that we didn't get to in the ramp. So I think that addresses most of these issues regarding controls and mitigations. Let me know if the other questions that you have here. Let's go to number C, for example. Many mitigations and controls require further granularity as individual initiatives. So I checked with my colleague Benson about these particular, breaking up these, the system hardening into these particular mitigations. I'm sorry, I just looked up because my eyes just can't see this. But basically, these are some of the categories for RSC that we'll be calculating in our WMP filing. So I would say my kind of take on this is that stay tuned for our September filing, and we do intend to calculate the RSCs as has been laid out, as the categories have been laid out in the Wildfire Mitigation Plan guidelines attachment A, I believe. So we want to try to calculate RSCs to that level of granularity. Mitigations need to be tied to subdrivers. I'm looking at number D now. Mitigations need to be tied to subdrivers rather than to aggregated drivers. And we further checked with Wendy last week about this issue. And Wendy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you specifically wanted to focus in on these two different mitigations, vehicle hitting, but these two different risks, right? And your question was, the mitigations for them are would be very different, but they are considered part of system hardening. Let me just confirm that with your question, Wendy.
This was supposed to be an example, but it was one that stood out to me. Yes, that I would think the mitigations may be very different for the truck drivers. So it wasn't clear to me why they would be together in the analysis as one driver.
Yeah. So Benson, feel free to jump in. From what I understand, the mitigation that we're doing, and Jeff alluded to it this morning, for these kind of things, the main mitigation that we're doing is system hardening, and that's mainly for wildfires, right? It has these additional benefits of addressing these third-party contact incidents, right? So that's why it's classified under system hardening as the mitigation, and doesn't go down into specific levels of detail, because mainly we're doing those mitigations for wildfire purposes. It just has these additional benefits and also happens to address these third-party contact risks.
But if you are going to look at other mitigations such as REFCOL, I'm not sure if REFCOL addresses both of these. What kind of faults, typically come from hitting a pole versus a Mylar balloon?
I don't know too much about REFCOL, but that's something we can take back to our team, since we're just at the beginning stages of analysis for the REFCOL kind of mitigations. That's something that we can highlight that you want more detail as to how they impact these drivers.
Excuse me, Vincent, could I go back to 3C?
Yeah.
So you indicated that there will be something that addresses this in the September wildfire mitigation plan filing. Is that going to break the system hardening mitigation down into these categories that are listed in this document?
So basically, let's see, system hardening. If I actually have right now in front of me the approaches that will have in system hardening, but Benson, I believe, it will break it down into these categories: public conductor, undergrounding, pole replacements, so on and so forth.
This is Benson. So we did our best to break the program based on the initiatives that are laid out in the WMP. One thing that is a little bit more difficult is the cost component. So in order to calculate the appropriate RSE, the cost is something that is a calculation. But we did break out the kind of the effectiveness by the subdrivers for poles specifically, cover conductors specifically, cross arms specifically, and such and such and such.
Benson, were you speaking to 3C or 3D there? I got a little confused by your response. I was asking about 3C.
So if 3C, I'm looking at 3C right now. Many of these combinations are covered in the initiatives, and if that's the case, then it would be addressed there. So yes, I'm kind of looking at the last couple. If I'm not sure if there was a specifically one that talks about those specifically, but in general, we did break out system hardening into those initiatives as part of the WMP work.
Okay, and
yeah, I think you can refer to like 533 in the attachment A. I have attachment 1, and there says include. Sorry, I'm referring to the wildfire mitigation plan, but those are basically the categories that we would do RSEs for.
And Vincent, you cut out there a little bit. Could you repeat what you were just referring to?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Once again, I'm referring to attachment 1 from our from the wildfire mitigation plan guidelines, and there's a section 533 there with grid design and system hardening. So those are the kind of details. Those are the kind of categories we want to temp our RSE calculations for.
Tom,
that's at least roughly comparable to what's listed here in 3C.
Yeah.
So, okay. So the ones that are calling out are 5.3.3.3, 0.4, 0.16, 17, 6, 7, and 14. So these are all comparable initiatives that tie to 3C.
Okay. And then my next question is, are you going to be using the methodology that the same methodology that's being used for this ramp when you do those RSEs?
So, Benson, if you want to take that, but like he was mentioning earlier, I think we have an additional level of detail, right? So as far as the costs are concerned, we'll have to find out some way that we're going to allocate the cost. But yeah, we intend to use the same methodology, calculation methodology.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to seeing that. That's September 9th?
10th.
10th, okay.
So if there aren't any questions, I'd like to move on to number 4 on this list. So number 4 is basically all high fire threat district wildfire risk tranches are insufficient and require significant further granularity. And Wendy gives some good avenues for exploration. And this is part of when we were going through this, we were if there's some way that we can kind of explore these ideas that have been brought up, which is basically the ideas, the issues I'm gathering is basically more granularity in terms of our trenches. So as opposed to a remedial filing, we wanted to propose basically using the provision in the settlement agreement, which is item 30, I believe, on the appendix, which is basically this idea of doing scenario analysis. So parties have the ability to request us to do scenario analysis, and I'm thinking that this is one of the areas where we can kind of work collaboratively to define some scenarios in terms of how we want to look at trenches or any other areas of issues, concerns that we might have, and use that, work together to define what that scenario looks like. Then can actually give some useful, quantified, actionable kind of results. Going to your earlier point, Tom, about working together on some of the suggestions, this would be an ideal place for us to kind of get a first look of what those that might do, how it might quantification of our risk. So the idea, once again, is we can use to come up with a defined scenario analysis process for us to explore these topics. And we had originally brought this issue up with Turn and SPD last week. And one of the things that that Wendy had was basically the idea of, well, if we do that, then is there some ability to back the SPD report as far as the deadline for that report? And so basically, our thoughts would be, if we do embark on this kind of endeavor, is basically that we kind of collaboratively come up with a deadline and a schedule up to and including PD report is issued, and have that kind of process and schedule laid out for the before we hit the pre-hearing conference. So we wanted to put that out there, and I'm sure you guys have heard of it earlier. So I wanted to get your feedback on that.
And I didn't have the benefit of attending last week's meeting. So I guess I do have a couple of questions, and I did get briefed on it, but I guess I'm trying to understand how a scenario analysis works if we're saying, it seems to us like PG&E should have, it sounds like you have the data to be able to break down, the tranches in a much more granular way through X, Y, and Z approaches, whether it be, section, circuit sections, the way we were talking about earlier, or some other approach. PG&E says, no, we don't have the data. We don't have the data to do that. Is that a scenario approach, or I'm not sure quite that feels like the scenario concept. I thought the scenario concept would be, suppose you changed you used a change to the multi-attribute value function along these lines. What would that do to the consequence calculation, and how would that change the RSC? To me, that felt more like, as opposed to. So I'm just not sure what this means. Yeah. I'm just wanting to make sure this isn't just a punt. This is just like a hope and a prayer, and it's not really something that's going to get us anywhere.
No, basically, we have the data that we have. So we've shared the data, and the idea is to explore ways that we can use the data to advance the, right? So basically, we also want to be able to get out kind of actionable, useful, something that we can implement in terms of forward, and understand all the issues that we might face in terms of implementing a better solution. So that was the approach. And as far as tranching is concerned, right? I mean, tranching we brought this idea of scenarios up in the context of tranching. I think we've heard a few times that the tranches that we're assuming or defining are basically one of the critical inputs to the risk analysis. So that, I think, is, and I'm trying to pull up the settlement agreement here, because I believe it says that, we'll provide you with the list of critical parameters and assumptions, and then request scenarios around those. So I think it's consistent. And we'll as you can see here, we have like 5 different approaches to tranching. And we want to be able to work collaboratively so that everybody has a page of which direction sense to go down. So there are many ways to slice and dice. That's the problem. We want to make sure that we're not going down an avenue that could be something that others don't agree with.
So just one clarification. Can you guys hear me okay? Or should I turn my video off?
Yes.
So I wasn't intending these to be mutually exclusive. Like they were kind of just suggestions, and they're not all inclusive either. I think today, hearing about the circuit zone protection, anyway, but I just want to clarify that. I'm interested to hear Turn and others' thoughts.
I'm also interested in understanding the mechanics of how this would work. Would this be offline discussions that would involve anybody that's interested, and would it include SPD representatives to have these conversations? Is that?
Yeah, we wanted to keep it to interested parties, and we had I brought up some parties that last week in our discussions, Turn, SPD, and Wendy had mentioned a few others as well. So so we should gauge their interest as well in taking part in the process, and then go from there. The idea we kind of put out a rough proposal about where we see this going. Basically, we wanted to throw out an idea of that we would come to agreement in terms of both the schedule and that's by September 8th. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, but I believe September 8th is the deadline we're thinking of to come up with the. Sorry.
That's right. We want to explore kind of, Tom, offline after this workshop with parties that have been engaged, what this scenario analysis looks like. It really would be a collaborative effort. We would have to work together. We'd have to set up meetings, because then we'd be talking about what data is available so everyone has insight into that. If data isn't available, we'd be then talking about assumptions and try to come to an agreement on that. So when we talk about working with parties, I think we really mean that. But we do need to get a handle on what this looks like from a schedule standpoint. And so, exiting this, I think early next week, we'd try and talk to parties that have been engaged today and kind of feel out, what the scenario analysis looks like and how that translates into a workable schedule, if at all, in an early enough, by an early enough date that we're in a position to have an agreement if we can come to one before the pre-hearing conference. So I think Vincent's date was right. We'd want to start talking next week and see if this is something that we can come to an agreement on, see if we can develop a schedule that benefits everybody as we work through the scenario analysis.
So in the schedule, I don't think you guys had mentioned this scheduling thing in the last conversation. I apologize if you did. So I'm just a little bit processing.
Yeah.
But
so this was
we closed that meeting. I'll just jump in real quick, Vincent, and I'll get back to you. But we closed that meeting, Eric, with I think Wendy just kind of wondering. It was just a question of, hey, if we go through this process and we work together, and maybe you remember this now, if we work together, potentially, SPD could have a little bit more time to provide their report. So it was very informal comment. It was something we thought about. It's something I think when we engage, or if we engage at this workshop, we want to be a little bit creative about. We want to be cognizant of the deadlines that people will have and how that triggers into the GRC as well. So there's components here to consider, but there are conversations we want to have.
Okay, I just want to clarify. So what you're saying is you'd like to know all the scenarios that we'd like to run by September 8th, and then we...
No. Okay. We want to start setting up windows of, when are we talking about these? What does this look like? How long do we need to do it? So then we can plot out, does this really fit into, what we can, what we're proposing? there is a timeline here. The timeline, as I said, does tie into the GRC, and I think we need to be very cognizant of that. So I think this is really a mapping exercise, Eric, where we need to figure out what everyone wants to do, what that looks like from a work standpoint, when we can get it done, and how that translates into a safety policy division report.
Okay, thanks.
Well, just to follow up on that, I guess I'm still a little unclear, Ken and Vincent. Like, what would you be hoping Turn brings to these conversations that conclude by September 8th? Like what?
Agreement on the process and the
I think putting some parameters about what we're looking at, Tom. I mean, really defining what scenario analysis is, hearing what parties are interested in, and then talking about how long that takes. I think those are the initial conversations, just to kind of get this off the ground and to see if people are amenable to the process and adjusting a schedule. And obviously that would have to be agreed to by everybody.
Well, I guess I thought the scenario analysis, and it came up, as Vincent said, in the context of tranche granularity. It seems like we need to talk about what tranches are we can reasonably model, and is that discussion just supposed to happen by September 8th or at some point after? Before that, I'm sorry, I'm just not clear about what we'd be doing and when.
Yeah. So, for example, like items that would be in the deadline for September 8th, my kind of vision for what September 8th looks like is that we have a document laying out the deadlines and the steps that we will be taking, right? So, for example, one of the deadlines will be come to agreement on the number of scenarios and have it defined and what. So that's a date assigned to it. There are no details, just that we agree that by this date, we will have agreement on number of scenarios to run, and we will have defined the scenarios as well. And then maybe further down that list we will have 2 weeks to run the thing, for example. And then one of the items we could have at the end, SPD to issue report by so on and so forth. That's like the deliverable I envision for September 8th.
September 8th is setting the process, seeing if the process is workable for all parties.
Okay. But again, to me, when we're talking about increasing granularity of tranches, I'm not sure that feels like, I don't like, let's suppose we said define the tranches, and break down the tranches so that instead of 8, I think that's the number you have now, you have 24. And we do it based on this. Is that one scenario? Is that, how does that fit within the scenario concept? Is that?
Yeah, that's
one
like
scenario.
That I believe will be one scenario. Yeah.
I see. So a scenario would be, instead of the current number of tranches, you have significantly more tranches, and we discuss how we can try to do that. Given
Yeah, I mean,
available.
yeah, I believe that's the case. And in general, you don't want to vary too many things in your scenario, right? So otherwise, then you won't be able to attribute what the major changes are, what's causing any changes in your results, right? So yeah, into your particular case, like varying the number of tranches, which I believe is a tough endeavor already. So enough work there for one scenario, but yes.
Well, it doesn't feel like a scenario to me. It feels like an improvement to the modeling that would be done throughout the wildfire risk, so that each and every mitigation would be measured against those that increased granularity of tranches.
Well,
that would still be one. That would still be one scenario.
I'm sorry. Can you clarify again? Not sure.
So again, just as a hypothetical example, we agree that it's possible to model 24 tranches instead of 8. And that means you need to rerun the mitigation analysis for each of those 24 tranches as opposed to the 8 you're now doing for each of the mitigations. That's one scenario.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, but again, the conversation would need to be around what can we try to think is reasonable to do with respect to granularity of tranches.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
May I ask a couple of questions about this? Is the September 8th, is there also a September 10th date that someone had mentioned? Is there something else happening on September 10th?
Oh, that was the wildfire mitigation plan filing.
The 8th is our date internally to see if this is something that's workable and if we can get to an agreement with interested parties. I mean, time to know if this is again a process that we can do. That's really it's our date to see if we can come to a jointly agreed schedule on this.
Got it. And may I ask, do you anticipate that this could potentially be like some kind of component in the PHC statement, like a joint thing or something? Or is this
that's our hope, and that's why we're looking for the 8th, is that if we can work with parties and come to an agreement, then that's something we would like to go to the pre-hearing conference united on what the schedule and expectations are.
Got it. And so
we're definitely speaking to the Safety Policy Division here as well. I just want to be very clear about that.
Got it. So I would just throw in that I would be interested in being able to be aware of those efforts. So
noted, Chris.
Thanks.
I think it's a good point about, I mean, a meeting we had last week, I know you said, and you mentioned previously that a bunch of this will be done in the September 9th filing. And so like my thought when you said that was like, oh, we can look at that filing and then see, and maybe some of our concerns will already be addressed there. And that may actually limit the number of scenario analysis, or it'll, but it seems like to me we'll be basing, that's kind of the next iteration that we're basing things off of. And so I wouldn't want to, figure out all the scenarios by September 8th or even a rough, sure, but even a rough idea to come up with a schedule. Like I think, and Tom can weigh in here, but I think we'd want to look at what you file on the 9th, I think you said, and then that may help us, get some direction. So, we're not trying to say we're totally opposed to this, but it's difficult to see at this point, like exactly how this will work and, how the give and take will go. But I do think that the 8th or the 9th filing will be a helpful kind of starting off point. But tell me if you disagree.
Well, I mean, just right off the bat, I just want to say, we understand there's no guarantee that this will work or that we can come to a mutually agreeable schedule. And if that's the case, we would just stay on course as is. But this is, I think, is our effort to, over the next really 2 weeks to work with the teams and see what is available with the context of what resources are also available. And just hear everyone out, see what we can do. And if we can come to a mutually agreeable process and schedule, that's great. I think it helps everybody. If we can't, then, certainly understand that. We have a schedule in place for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, we do want to, one of our objectives is we have a joint recommendation for the pre-hearing conference, right? So that's why we want to get this wrapped up because we need to continue the process, and there's not much time left. That's one of the things, and I think like you mentioned, the wildfire mitigation plan is going to give you additional insight into our modeling, and I think that we can still come up with a schedule before that September 10th deadline. I think that the two can still work together.
So this is Benson. I think I want to clarify what September 10th represents. So we heard in RAM that only, a select few mitigations were shown, and you wanted more granularity in this mitigation and controls. So here in 3C. And in alignment with the WMP conditions of the RCs, in more granularity, going into the Class B submission response, we provide a few more different control effectiveness methodologies to calculate an RC. So, it's not the change of the bow tie or tranches. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah, that would give us more information in terms of, where is the issues that we're looking at, right? Is it with the RC calculation, or is it with the tranching or other parts of the bow tie that we're looking at? So that gives us more information. It helps us fill in the picture, and I think it actually informs the scenario analysis. I think it would make the selection of the scenarios a little bit more easier, because I either point out areas to explore or areas that satisfy everybody, and you want to look at other areas. So I don't necessarily think that that September 8th deadline and coming up with a process would be too impacted by the filing itself.
So I think that I'm going to jump in. I think the next step here is, because I think everyone's heard what we've said, is I will most likely tomorrow send in a meeting invite to parties here that have participated, and set up a meeting for next week. Try and get people to the table to talk a little bit more about this, and to try and drive a conversation about what we think is possible in the very near term. So I think that's the next step. I think there's a more conversation to be had, and I appreciate the comments and feedback we've heard today. So I think it's a fruitful conversation to have, and I guess we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, I think that sounds fine. And my questions weren't for the purpose of being, trying to pour cold water on this idea at all. It was just try to have a better understanding of what we expect of each other in this process, and just not keep it so amorphous that we're just saying, gee, that sounds swell, without really understanding what we're doing.
I totally appreciate that. I think our commitment, Tom, for the meeting we set up is to try and put a little bit more structure around what this looks like. We'll do our best to paint that a little bit better, and hopefully that feeds the conversation in a more constructive way.
Okay.
And I just want to say that we still have to kind of flush through your proposal, the commission in our division too. We absolutely a process, but we still have to look into it more.
Yeah, totally understood. As I said, this is not any, there's no decision made. This is just to talk it out, see what's available. We certainly understand that, all parties will want to digest and think about. And again, as I said, we have a schedule right now in place, and we can always just lean back on that. But if there's a better way to move forward, which is what we are interested in working with the people that are interested in working with us, then, we're interested in that potential.
I'm wondering if it still might be wise to send your email to the whole service list and say initial list of parties you're planning to invite, and allow someone else to request to join. I just wonder about that.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback, Wendy. So, Vincent, I think that really captures our response to all four of the deficiencies items here. Just kind of hoping to talk a little bit about, our own interpretation. I don't think we have anything else to add to the conversation, but obviously where we're concluding is that there's more to discuss, specifically about number 4. I'll open it up for questions, or otherwise, you know, if there are no more questions, we could certainly turn it over to Turn for them to lead the conversation.
Just the one last, I just want to reiterate again that today's discussion about the circuit protection zones, you know, really could fit into this granularity discussion too.
Yeah, I just want to caution about the circuit protection zone. We feel that there's a lot of potential there, but it's Benson, correct me if I'm wrong, but it still has a ways to go for prime time, right? But it's definitely something that we are exploring in internal.
Yeah.
It's not like tomorrow we can turn over a circuit protection zone level model. I think Yumi did some calculation on the back end, and it's like that 6,000, and that's a lot. So yeah.
Did we want to turn it over to Turn now, Ken?
I think that is, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm trying to think about the best way to present this given the discussion we just had. So I'm sort of thinking a little bit on the fly. As we've indicated throughout these workshops and in our filing in response to PG&E's application, we are willing to offer our perspectives in a workshop setting to advance, to try to help advance the goal here. And we view the goal as helping PG&E do the best job possible and providing the best possible information for the commission to enable the commission to make an informed decision about how to target ratepayer money in the most cost-effective way, and address this, the serious risks that we're facing. And that issue becomes even more urgent. The need for targeting and cost effectiveness becomes only more urgent because of the economic impacts of the pandemic, and so many more people in PG&E service territory suffering economic hardship, the goal of this proceeding is more important than ever. So we are interested in offering to do a workshop to help move the ball forward, to help improve the analysis, and to provide information, our views earlier in the process, so that PG&E has a chance to hear them and react to them, and not hear them at the end of the process. I mean, if we wait until after SPD does its report, and then there's a workshop by SPD, and then there's comments after that, that's pretty late in the process for PG&E to be able to react to what we're saying and be able to incorporate it into their GRC. So that's the spirit in which we offer this idea of, being willing to present our most significant concerns, and do that in a more coherent way than we're able to do when we're reactive to PG&E's presentations, able to offer a response to a slide here and there, and an occasional comment. But that's a little bit different from offering a coherent presentation where we're trying to tell you what we think our most significant concerns are. I'll just say the other benefit of a workshop is that it does offer the opportunity for some discussion and conversation. I mean, there's other ways we can present our views. We did that in the pre-filing phase, where we wrote a letter where we tried to lay out, you know, some of our most significant concerns, and I think that's proven to be helpful, and we appreciate that PG&E responded to that. It didn't, you know, PG&E's response didn't go as far as we would like, and that's the basis for some of our continuing concerns. But that's another model, which is that we share with you in written form concerns, and we do that sooner rather than later. What I'm still thinking about, and but the on the fly nature of this is there's the possibility for some of our concerns to be addressed through further, you know, further collaboration, you know, call it what you want, the scenario approach or whatever we want to call this process we're talking about trying to embark on. So I'm not sure how useful it would be to schedule a particular date for a workshop now, and there's a potential, you know, moving target quality to this ramp effort, and that's good. That's a good thing, that it's not frozen in place, and that we're dealing with something that you know, is capable of being improved as we go along. You know, while I was, you know, while in our pleading to the in the formal docket, you know, we said, you know, we'd like to have a workshop opportunity, you know, no less than 30 days after the end of this, after today's workshop. I'm not sure what would be the best timing for a workshop. I'm not sure I'm prepared to say what the right timing would be for a workshop. And the other thing I want to say is I want to be sensitive to SPD's issues in connection with this. If SPD does not view a workshop as a productive way for us to present our views, then maybe we go to the other model, where we, you know, send a letter to PG&E and, you know, do that sooner rather than later. Sooner meaning not, you know, not like next week, but maybe after we've spent a little time working through this process we're talking about, but not wait until after SPD has written its report and had a workshop, et cetera. So that's another approach, and then we could then, you know, if there was interest, we could have a workshop to have further discussions based on what we put in the form of a letter or some sort of written submission. So there's a couple of ways to go, but I'd really love to hear from SPD. I don't want to put you folks on the spot. I don't want to complicate the challenging work you have ahead. You have a lot of work in front of you to try to do a report on a very comprehensive set of information. So we want to be supportive of that and not get in your way. So I'd really be interested in hearing SPD's views on the idea of having some sort of workshop or having some other alternative way for turn, and if other interveners are interested, you know, other interveners sharing their views, and not waiting until after SPD does its report.
Tom, this is Steve Hain here. I very much appreciate your intent to be able to feed your concerns to us so that we can address them properly in the SPD report. I think a workshop is not a bad idea, but I just want to caution that this is already August 27th, and a workshop, the SPD report, will be due on October 19th, unless we ask for an extension, which probably we could get. So there's not a whole lot of time to do all the groundwork and do all the preparation work for the workshop. So if we can handle this through some kind of written comment format and have PG&E respond to it, that would be the best way. But if you think that a workshop environment is the most effective way to flush out ideas and get PG&E to respond to Turn's concerns in a detailed manner, I'm not going to oppose that. We will certainly give you whatever support you need to make the workshop possible. But if that's the case, how would you envision the schedule will be like?
Well, thank you, Steve, for your comments. The more I think about it, the more I think that there's a little bit more flexibility in not using the workshop format, but turn planning to present concerns, taking into account this process that we've just talked about, and to try to do that, in as much in advance of the due date for your report as possible. And that may be a more flexible format than picking a date now for a workshop and doing it that way. And I think there would always be the flexibility if it seemed like the issues that Turn raises and the PG&E's response were to seem like it would be conducive to a workshop. In our comments, we said, something that happened, a pretty good thing came out of the workshops in the SMAP proceeding where we realized, we weren't so far apart on the major principles, and we realized we could move into a different approach. If something like that were possible, then I think we always could go into a workshop setting if we thought that would be useful. But maybe for now, the suggestion would be, let's plan on Turn trying to put something in writing without picking a particular date at this point, because I want to see how this process unfolds. But understanding that it's more useful to you, the sooner you get it before your due date for your report.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. The sooner you can get your concerns in a written format, the sooner we can formulate the ideas on how to attack the evaluation. And with that in mind, how soon do you think you can circulate to the participants in this workshop today something in a written format so that we can plan on whether or not to have the next step, which would be a workshop if we want to go that route?
Well, here's just a concrete way of saying the quandary I have when you ask that question, which is, one of our concerns is clearly going to be what's in the document that's on the screen now is number 4, needing to have a better tranche granularity. And that we don't feel that's in compliance. That what PG&E is doing now is in compliance with the spirit of the settlement or the words of the settlement. But rather than do a long bit of analysis about that, I think it's a more productive thing is to try to talk to PG&E about what can be done. So I'd rather spend our time doing that than writing up a report that says the current ramp filing is insufficient. So, and other things may get addressed also through this process we're talking about. So I'd want to wait until I think we'd be talking about late September. Is probably give this process a chance to work.
And Tom, I'm gonna target Tuesday or Wednesday next week for a meeting to get us together and have that initial conversation. And I think that is kind of in form with what you're talking about. It gives you an idea of what that looks like and how that translates to this conversation. So that's my hope.
Yeah, and I think Tom, we're kind of aligned in that. I think this scenario analysis is consistent with the settlement agreement, number one, but more importantly, right, it gets us the information, the recommendations, actionable recommendations that really explore what is possible, and it informs you too as well, Turn as well, and the challenges and issues not just PG&E's faces, but IOU's face in general in terms of our risk model. So these scenarios as part of the discovery process is something that SPD can consider in their reporting. So I think it's aligned with everybody's kind of objectives here.
This is Wendy. I'm wondering, Tom, you know how we put out this initial identified deficiencies and we just kept it very short and sweet. 19 years ago, I was told to do one-pagers and I couldn't stand them. But now with more experience, it's a little bit more possible, Anyway, my point is that if there's anything that Turn could put into writing, into just like even bullets that you think we've missed, or is it most likely going to fall into this tranche, discussion, or that PG&E, has basically clearly said they're not going to address, and you have ideas how to address? I don't know. To me, that could be helpful sooner rather than later, but that's my thoughts.
Okay.
Well, let me interject here. I think if Turn is interested in, and we're not certain on the workshop yet, but supposing that there is a workshop, if there is going to be an intervener-led workshop, I think there is a good likelihood we may have to ask the judge to give us, SPD, an extra month to be able to incorporate some additional concerns we may have into our evaluation, and that may postpone the due date from October 19th to mid-November. So I think that would be a possibility. That would free us up some time. Whether or not that would negatively impact PG&E's ability to incorporate our concerns and findings into a GRC proceeding, that's another area that we need to be concerned with, and that I want to hear PG&E's thoughts on it.
I think that's part of the conversation we want to have next week is what are the parties' expectations for completing certain things to get to an end date that is agreeable to everybody. And so understanding what we have to do as the first step, ultimately, I think to understand, Steve, what we can live with as far as an extension, because that extension would have, I think significant ramifications on things behind it. And I certainly understand that, there's importance here, but I think there's a lot of things to consider and who can deal with what. So again, next week, in the early next week, we want to have this conversation about, what the scenario analysis looks like, what we can do, how we can work with people, what time windows that can happen in, and ultimately when a report can be provided by. So I think that, I don't want to say sum this up, but my interpretation of kind of what I'm hearing is that we need to have this conversation about what that looks like before we talk about, alternatives, for lack of a better word. I think we should have that conversation, see if parties are amenable to a kind of a creative plan, to working through these conversations, to being collaborative, and to having an end date that works for people.
So one thing that has been said to me, at least, is that we advising the commission, we just have to be careful about collaboration with the utilities. So, we're trying to kind of flesh out what that kind of would mean. So, I mean, as an engineer, I take my engineer hat on, and of course I want to collaborate, but I just have to, we're trying to figure this out internally.
Well, I think, yeah. And I think as Vincent explained, collaboration is, right. I mean, we have to do these scenario analyses. It's working with the parties about, what you want to do, what we can do, what data is available. If data isn't available, what assumptions are there? So these are kind of technical things that I'm not an attorney, but I don't think that's out of the realm of discussion with the Safety Policy Division. I think it helps inform, but again, that's, I think, for you to also consider. But I think it speaks to, working with Turn and their interest in getting some of the information they need and informing ultimately what the final SPD report looks like here. And I just want to reiterate, I'm very cognizant that I think all parties here want to digest and think about this and get a better view of what this looks like. And I'm hoping that next week we can provide that.
Okay, then we'll just sit tight and wait for the results of your discussions with Turn, and we'll just sit tight.
Okay, I don't think there are discussions just with Turn. I think I'm going to be inviting people that have been participating here today. So hopefully it's all interested parties.
Okay.
That we've been working with.
Okay.
And you're also talking SPD too. That.
Yes.
You're planning to invite us to. Okay.
Absolutely correct, Wendy.
Yeah, we want a joint recommendation going into the hearing conference. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll leave Tom. It's still your turn, so I'll let you close it out.
No, I think we've talked about a lot of ideas, and we've come to the conclusion that we're going to try as early next week to try to talk about what progress we can make where we're not in sort of like turn just saying you haven't done this, you haven't done this, you haven't done that. We can try to see what we can talk through, and see how far that can go. And but I did hear Wendy's suggestion and appreciate the advice that sometimes it doesn't need to be an elaborate, extensive report. In fact, there's value to brevity and focus. So and if that can get us, if we can get something out sooner rather than later, that's all for the good. And so I've heard that as well. I need to confer with the rest of the Turn team, to think about all of this as well.
Okay, it is. We're closing on 4:30. It's been a long day, but a very, I think, productive day. I just want to say on behalf of PG&E and the presenters, thank you for everybody who attended, who participated, not just at this workshop, but other prior workshops as well. I'll be reaching out to parties regarding the meeting that I'll be looking to set up early next week. So please look for that. And thank you everybody for your time. Thank you to SPD and the IT hosts who were able to bear with us as we switch through slides. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a very good evening.
Bye-bye.